Good afternoon. The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare recesses at any time. And before we begin, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extenuous material. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Before we begin, I want to thank Secretary Collins for being here today. You know, this is his first time to testify before our committee, but not his first time in the House. So welcome back. I want to ensure that we have a productive hearing today. To have a productive hearing, I want to ask that all members be respectful to other members and the witnesses. And let's follow the House rules on decorum. We are here to review the Department's Veteran Affairs budget request for fiscal year 2026. One couple other things I want to add to that is what we're going to do is rather than 5 minutes, we're going to have 7 minutes for the questions, so we know that. We're also, I and the ranking member will wait and ask our questions probably last. And the reason we're doing that is we know that probably 2 hours into this, which odds are it'll take more than 2 hours, we will be called for votes. And I know many of you will want to catch a flight if you can. So that's the idea and intent, is to try to get the members that have to have flights out, have an opportunity to ask questions. So let's get right to it. The President has requested $187.2 billion for VA for next year. That includes $134.6 billion in discretionary funding and another $50 billion from the Toxic Exposure Fund. That's an increase of more than 17% over last year. Now, it's a serious proposal and a clear reflection on the priorities, I believe, of this administration. While it seems there is not much common ground to be found in Congress these days, one issue does unite us, and that's the belief that VA should be fully funded to provide top-notch care to our veterans and their families. House Republicans will continue to ensure that promise remains true. And while I'm optimistic about the proposal so far, I am hoping that this administration can avoid the total chaos and financial mismanagement that we witnessed during the end of the Biden administration. Despite receiving the largest VA budget in history, the department reported an alleged shortfall late last year, not because of underfunding, but because of poor internal accounting and a lack of fiscal discipline. And that's putting it nicely. Biden VA officials misused the hiring and pay authority Congress provided. Then, when the numbers didn't add up, they turned around and tried to shift the blame. They needlessly alarmed veterans and accused Republicans of putting their care at risk, all while refusing to take responsibility for the decisions that got them there in the first place. It was political theater at its worst. And while doing that, the department budget practices have become harder, not easier to follow. It makes you wonder if it was on purpose. Key obligations were shifted between accounts. Basic funding needs were moved around. That's not what Congress intended. It's not what veterans deserve. I would also like to take a moment to address and recognize efforts underway at the VA. Over the last few months, I've heard baseless accusations from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about how DOGE, Boogeyman, and the Secretary Collins are planning to reduce VA's workforces by 83,000 employees. This is simply not true. As we have heard countless times from the Secretary, VA is currently reviewing its organizational structure to find reforms that best suit the needs of our veterans today. And by the way, this review is long overdue. The one reoccurring theme that we have constantly heard from the VA in our hearings is that VA bureaucracy poses a greater danger to the health of our veterans than the illnesses they seek treatment for. And I applaud the Trump administration for conducting this necessary review to change course and ensure veterans have access to the care they deserve. We will also hear from the other side that Secretary Collins refused to answer their questions and will not communicate with Congress. That is also not true. On several occasions, the Secretary's staff have come up the hill to brief the committee staff in both the House and the Senate on the status of the reorganization efforts. So to tell my fellow veterans, when my colleagues try to catch a soundbite and tell you that Secretary Collins and the Trump administration are dismantling the VA, do not take the bait. I would also like to remind my colleagues about the lack of transparency under the previous administration. Last Congress, our committee sent countless letters and inquiries to Secretary McDonough, and that were simply went unanswered. In fact, Secretary Collins' office, when he took office, VA's mailbox was full of our unopened letters for oversight requests. That's not a way to run a department, and it's certainly no way to work with Congress. So, to my colleagues, I would say, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. From my position as chairman, I look forward to Secretary Collins' efforts to restore transparency and accountability. Because of that makes VA work better, and I know he shares that goal. Our obligation to veterans demands proper leadership in ensuring that this budget is applied to veterans' care and benefits. This is a more disciplined budget request focusing on delivery, not distraction. That said, we know this is just the beginning of the process. We still haven't received the full detailed budget. And I, along with many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, have questions about the VA plans to spend these funds, how those decisions will improve care for veterans and their families. We are all ready to do our part. We appreciate Secretary Collins being here today, and I look forward to the productive conversation, not fear-mongering, not political posturing, but to deliver to the men and women that we serve. Ranking Member Takano, I now recognize you for your opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Bost. Mr. Secretary, good afternoon. When I first heard of your nomination to this position, I recall saying to my staff, I think we'll be able to do some good work at VA with Doug Collins. I had optimism based on your time as a member of this chamber that you would have an appreciation for our duty to perform oversight. When a new secretary is confirmed, every member of this committee, Republican or Democrat, wants to see them succeed. And because veterans deserve leadership, not chaos. Well, I've had to say this is why I'm it's incredibly upsetting and frustrating to me that the questions my colleagues and I have about decisions you have made in your short tenure at VA remain unanswered. You came in with an opportunity to build trust across this institution and across the aisle, but instead you've undermined it, not just with me, but with VA staff and with the veterans who rely on VA every day. I reviewed your Senate testimony, and any reasonable viewer would conclude that you were evasive and not transparent with your answers. So I hope you will not do that with us today, and I would say to you, you have the power to change course. Veterans need answers, not excuses. We'll see today whether you're ready to lead or just continue to blame. This hearing is the first time we have met in person since you were sworn in. You haven't so much as called me since your confirmation 99 days ago. My experience with your predecessor was that he would proactively call both me and the chairman before major news broke about VA, so that our first time finding out about it wasn't from reading the paper or seeing it on television. For instance, he would have called us before canceling a program as important as VASP, where the consequences for veterans are as dire as foreclosure on their own homes. This is the basic transparency that I expect from the Secretary, so we can work together on the challenges facing VA. Now, VA is not perfect. It's never been perfect. We are not satisfied with the status quo at VA, and that is what brought all of us to work on this committee. But we are not just going to blindly support your changes at VA without you giving us all the facts or any semblance of a plan. You have not earned our trust, at least not yet. And that is what I will be listening for today. Answers that contain facts and plans that are based on those facts. Last week before the Senate, you failed to answer questions asking for details about decisions you have made as Secretary. Senator Hirono asked you the exact dollar amount that VA claims to have saved from firing staff. You rather flippantly threw out a culture war statement about DEI instead of answering her question. Senator Bozeman raised questions about VASP, and you gave a rather incomplete answer. Questions about how many clinical trials are on pause and how many veterans are affected by that pause on clinical trials were also unanswered. This morning in the Milcon VA Appropriations Subcommittee, you admitted that VA shifted over $300 million to private for-profit community care without following the law. That money was meant to support care and capacity inside VA. Instead, it was siphoned away from veterans' hospitals and clinics and handed off to the private sector. Now, the law is very clear. If VA needs more funding for community care, it must ask Congress, not illegally raid funds meant for direct VA care. Both the chair, Chairman Carter, and Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz of the Appropriations Subcommittee agree with what I just said, and so does the chairman of the full committee. So I chair a full Appropriations Committee, and I hope Chairman Bost joins me and joins the appropriation four corners in demanding accountability on this very point. Now, this morning before the Milcon VA Appropriations Subcommittee, you also gave very disturbing answers to questions about the effects of pauses on clinical trials. You said that having clinical trials paused is not affecting veterans' health care, that it's above and beyond health care. Is that really what you are saying to veterans with cancer whose hopes are pinned on clinical trials that they can no longer access? All of the questions we are going to ask today are ones that you should have come prepared to answer, and I will be disappointed if you're not prepared. We have already asked many of them in letters. And many of them have already been asked in your previous appearances before the Senate and before the House Appropriations Subcommittee. This is basic congressional oversight. The members and staff on both sides of this committee collectively have centuries of experience working on VA policy and serving our nation. We have written some of the most consequential pieces of veteran legislation in history, including the Honoring Our Pact Act. We can only carry out our oversight responsibility as mandated in the Constitution if you answer our questions fully and truthfully. We have serious concerns about your plans related to the VA workforce, and this hearing is an opportunity for you to put our minds at ease. VA is comprised of over 400,000 dedicated employees who show up every day, motivated by the call to service to deliver the care and benefits veterans have earned. The majority of veterans are satisfied with their VA care. Let me say that again. The majority of veterans are satisfied with their VA care, yet many have expressed to me the weight of the chaos and turmoil they have witnessed during Trump's first 100 days and are left wondering what will happen to the care they rely on and love. They are worried that their provider, with whom they have spent years building rapport and trust, could lose their job. Now, I have a poster behind me. We have heard from a veteran for whom this fear sadly became a reality. This veteran lost her whole health coach who she described as, quote, the only person really making a difference in my life. We have heard countless stories of the trauma and harassment VA staff have endured at the hands of Trump's senior advisors and political appointees since day one of this administration. I want to hear directly from you today whether you agree with the director of OMB, Russell Vogt, that the trauma is the point. Does this administration want to traumatize public servants into submission or into quitting their jobs so the work can be farmed out to Trump's billionaire friends? Let me tell you one thing clearly. Mr. Secretary, VA is not for sale. I am truly worried about the combative tone you have taken in addressing VA staff. You have instilled a culture of fear by making them sign non-disclosure agreements and accusing them of rumors and innuendo. Frankly, it's insulting and demeaning that you continue to accuse VA staff and veterans of lying about their experiences, their concerns, and the things they're seeing with their own eyes. How are the veterans supposed to be inspired, how are employees of VA supposed to be inspired to fight for a better VA with you if you are constantly positioning yourself against them as if they are the enemy? I would say fear as a tactic for leadership is not effective. As one clinician put it, and behind me I have it up in print, quote, "I have felt harassed by and have diminished faith in the leadership of the VA secretary who continually throws VA employees under the bus and has shown no interest in learning about the concerns of his frontline staff. His line about VA now putting veterans first particularly irks me. In my 15 years of working at 2 different VA medical centers, I know we have always put veterans first," end quote. And that's from a VA psychiatrist. We need more answers about your plans for VA. These plans directly affect veterans, staff, and the economy in all our districts. You have set a goal to fire 83,000 employees. It is a goal, and it's been publicly stated. Leaving VA staff waking up every morning with the torture of not knowing if that day is their last one with a job. You took away veterans' last lifeline to keep their homes when they face foreclosure, when you ended the VASP program. You are doing all these things during a time of financial turmoil for families in America while we deal with the impacts of Trump's chaotic tariffs and economic policies. We're all trying to make sense of it all so that we can better serve veterans. Mr. Secretary, I hope that this hearing today is an opportunity to build some trust, and I want to have confidence in your leadership, and as the leader of VA, you owe it to VA staff and you owe it to veterans to be transparent and forthcoming and to take some accountability. You have the opportunity to answer our questions fully and truthfully, and I hope that you will seize that opportunity. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the ranking member for yielding back. And now some housekeeping things. In accordance with the committee rules, I ask unanimous consent that Representative DeLuzio from Pennsylvania be permitted to participate in today's committee hearing. Without objection, so ordered. All right. If Secretary Collins would please stand and raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear under penalty of perjury and the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Now I would like to recognize people, as I said, 7 minutes for each person. We're going to hold stick to that 7-minute rule because we are under the pressure of votes later on. So with that, I now recognize General Berkman. Oh, I'm sorry, was I wrong? Oh, wait a minute. How about you give an opening statement? That'd be really good. Mr. Secretary, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. If we didn't want to go through that, we can go. I think it is interesting to set the tone for our opening statements, and I think that, the tone has sort of been set here, and I think the undeniable aspect of this is that I have one purpose and one purpose alone, and that is to make the VA exactly what it's supposed to be, and that is to take care of our veterans and do so in the most efficient and effective way, whether it be in our BHA, our BBA, or our NCA. And the one thing that I've had to do for the first, and I'm glad to be here today and to answer all the questions that you might have, I'll be frank with you, and what I have found over the last little bit is I can answer questions, but if we don't like the answers, then we just say I'm not answering the question. That's just simply not always the case, and we're going to deal with that as we go forward today. So specifically, and just as I've just had to sit through, I will say that the VA psychiatrist that you just referenced is exactly the kind of employee that I want to see at the VA. Someone who's putting the veteran first, somebody who is concerned about taking care of that. They have absolutely nothing to be concerned about when it comes to restructuring of the VA or looking at our VA healthcare systems. Because when you look at what we do, the VA doctor is exactly the person that has been protected from day one in this. We have put 300,000 positions off limits. In fact, they're being hired as of this day. If you're in a hospital, as I just told the folks in Minneapolis when I was just there this week, if you're in a hospital taking care of veterans, you are the ones that we want to have and be a part of. You're the ones that should be the most happy in the sense of you're getting to do your job now because you have a secretary who actually wants to cut the red tape, wants to cut your decisions, and so that we don't have to continually get in our own way. The VA, unfortunately, over the years, has become the absolute, at many times, frustrating point for many of our veterans of what is known as red tape, of going through the process of trying to get things to happen and yet it being denied. And the sad part about it is for the last number of years, and I have been in this body as well, and I voted for some of those pieces of legislation, the Mission Act, also our Accountability Act, and other issues that came before this body as we look forward to how do we actually better serve our veterans. But over the last few years, it seems that as we've looked at this issue and we've looked at it from afar, even as far as back, that we began to believe that the only issues in VA could be solved by simply giving more money and giving more employees. In fact, we've actually increased 52,000 full-time equivalents from 21 to 24, and things still have not gotten better. In fact, to be honest, according to the metrics of the VA that was established before I ever got there, they've gotten worse. So you have to simply ask yourself the question, is what we're doing and how we're doing it the same way making a difference? And the answer is no. When your wait times go up, your backlogs go up, and you're not fulfilling the mission to the veteran, that is an issue that we have. Now, when we look at these as we go forward, I'm not going to be shy in addressing the issues that we do and will in this room address today. And that is that we are looking at our structure of our workforce. And we're looking at a structure, by the way, as has been said, we have 465,000. It goes up actually a little bit depending on the day because we still in our VHA organization have 409,000 employees. We have over 28,000 physicians, 91,000 nurses. But what is also not said, and it's not been said in this room today, is many of those doctors and many of those nurses do not see patients on a regular basis, if at all. But yet we still have doctor shortages, nurse shortages in clinics and hospitals in which we're hiring for every day. So my question is simple when I look at an organization plan, is why are we simply looking at numbers that aren't affected, and why are we keeping a bureaucracy level that has grown tremendously over the last little bit with billions of dollars and with people, but yet the very metrics that this committee under both Republicans and Democrats uses to judge efficiency at the VA are going the wrong way. Just to let you see, and one of the things that concerned me from the moment I stepped into this job was 10 years ago, the GAO said that the VA was on the high-risk list. The GAO, not Doug Collins, not Democrats or Republicans, the GAO said that. And they've renewed that every year. In fact, February, we got our last needs improvement, and also high risk. And the answer has simply been, many times, let's just add more, and add a little money, and add this to it, to see if we get any better. And it's not worked. Many things of what we have tried so far, and when it comes to the workforce and it comes to what we're doing, is actually not having chaos, but actually freeing up our doctors and our nurses and our disability claims adjusters to actually do their jobs, to give them the tools. I found a department that could not even tell me how many employees we actually had. It took a week and a half. Where has oversight been on that? I think an organization that looks at it from a perspective of the bills that have been passed, and we have been looking at Mission Act, PACT Act, which is being implemented, all those put together rather quickly. We're now getting it underway. In fact, the numbers are pretty good in the sense that we have already had over 6 million exposure screenings. We've added 985,404 total enrollees for healthcare the PACT Act since it was signed into law. That's over a 2-year period, and over 6 million PACT Act disability claims approved. When we look at what we have going on, we're addressing as many things as we possibly can. But when we come at it at this, I'll also say this, and I hope to answer your questions today. I hope can find some common ground, and to the ranking member, if we can't find common ground, we'll attempt to find common ground. You and I came in together. We've been here a while. And I commit to that. I will not say that we'll see everything the same. But to a VA workforce out there who has had to endure 100 days of false rumors and innuendo and what somebody from behind a paywall says, that's what scares veterans. That's what scares employees. But I ask anybody on this committee today, as we go through these questions, as we look at what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it, if you're cutting away the red tape, if you're trying to get a doctor to be able to be seen or have more doctors in the clinics and more nurses in the clinics, that is the things we need. If you're wanting more and quicker disability claims and our backlog drop, which, by the way, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to report that when I took office just 99 days ago almost, it was 260,000 in the backlog. It is now at 200,000. We have cut it 21% in less than 100 days. So when we look at this going forward, I look forward to your questions. I look forward to honest answers as we go forward from both sides, because what we cannot do is deny that VA needs to change. The VA has things that need to be fixed, but we cannot continue to do the same things and call it a victory. And so as we go through today, I look forward to your questions, and I appreciate the opportunity.
The written statement of Secretary Collins will be entered into the hearing record. Now we will proceed to questions. General Berkman, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I'll cut right to the chase. I was encouraged by your recent comments at a cabinet meeting highlighting the importance of advancing research into psychedelic treatments to improve care for our veterans, actually breakthrough therapy care. Last January, VA issued a request for application for proposals from VA network researchers to study such treatments. And in December, VA announced $1.5 million in funding for MDMA-assisted therapy, the first VA-funded study for psychedelic-assisted therapy since the 1960s. Question, could you talk a bit, even if a little bit, about the studies being supported by these funds? Do you have any visibility on that yet?
We're getting there, Congressman, and I think that is one of the things that I've started to look at. I'm also probably one of the first of the secretaries who've actually decided that we will take a look at it, that we're not simply putting it off, and we're going to do everything we possibly can under the rules given to us by Congress to actually continue that look. What we're seeing so far is positive. What we're seeing so far in some of the studies that are related to VA and also outside of VA as well is that there has been, especially when it comes to PTS and also traumatic brain injury and others, we're seeing some actual positive outcomes there, especially when it is coupled with intense counseling. And I think that's one of the keys that we look forward to. There's 11 current studies that are either with VA or around VA and that we're going to continue to look at. And I'm committed to working with the administration, but also in what we're doing across the lines with Health and Human Services and also at DOD to say, how can we actually make this a possibility? Now, I will say this. I do not believe it is a magic cure. I do not believe that it will work for everyone, but it is something that could work for some, and we're going to continue to look at it.
Thank you. And Congressman Correa and I lead the PATH caucus here in Congress, and I'd like basically to consider you consider committing to incorporating congressional voices in some of these important conversations, because over the last couple of years, we as the caucus have had some really spectacular research speakers come in. So if we can be included as appropriate, that would be great.
Of course, Congressman.
Secondly, choice for veterans. I appreciate your acknowledgement that VA is in desperate need of reform. For too long, veterans have been forced into a one-size-fits-all bureaucracy that fails to deliver to them the earned care and benefits in a timely manner. Under the Biden administration, the agency experienced huge backlogs and rising care wait times. Something has to change, and it's our job to make the change. The VA committee recently approved the Choice for Veterans Act here last week in this room, a bill that Chairman Boston and I had introduced to help veterans secure their disability benefits by expanding access to accredited representation and imposing new penalties on bad actors in that space who are seeking to prey on vulnerable claimants. Do you believe that expanding the options available to veterans, particularly by allowing them to work with trusted, accredited representatives, that could help improve the outcomes they experience when they're pursuing their benefits? So basically, all good actors accredited, no bad actors.
I think anyone that helps the veterans get what they need is something that we need to look at. But I'm going to also take it a different step if for just a second. It is fundamentally flawed in my mind that we have a system in which veterans have earned benefits that they feel like they need to get somebody to help them with to get. And I think this goes back to a core statement for whichever, I think for both sides of the aisle. Why do we have a system in which you have a veteran who has served our country, earned a benefit, have to go through a process in which they feel like that they have to get outside help to do that? Whether, accredited, unaccredited, have that choice. What we're looking at right now, and I've talked to every regional office I've went to and every other, is how do we make this process simpler? There's an interesting page for me that I found the other day that when you're beginning your claim for disability, do you realize that we have a whole sheet that asks for your entire military history basically and where you served and when you served? We don't need that. We just need their name, their social security number, their date of birth. We can get that. Why are we making them fill that out? This is the kind of stuff we're talking about, and that makes general sense to most everyone. So we're looking at any way we can to help the veteran get the benefit they need, but we're starting internally to make sure that we can do the administrative stuff we need so that you can cut through the bureaucracy to get the benefit that you need and get it done quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, and the idea that only within the VA can the responsibility reside for really solid, exact accreditation on all counts. Who's ever asking to be accredited, that's in the VA's ballpark, and that's what we're asking for, is that the VA will actually accept that responsibility. And that's where the key is, I think, in the better outcomes for the veterans in the appeals process.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things I will state that to get that started with us is in accreditation. It's sort of outside our scope as far as us accrediting outside individuals, but we're willing to do whatever the Congress asks on that, and we're going to focus it, and we'll make sure that the resources are available to make that happen. Can I also hit, though, you talked about community care, because this is actually where this all goes. I don't agree, and this is just a difference of opinion. I don't agree that community care is a giveaway to private physicians and public hospitals. In fact, I think that's the actual non-intent of the Mission Act, was if you met criteria, you could go outside the system, or wait times, or even the fifth number is where it's the best medical interest of the patient between the doctor and the patient. This is something we've got to deal with as well, is that is the intent of the law, and that, that we're not taking VA care from one and giving it to other. VA care we're expressed in our hospitals or expressed through community care, in which we're paying for, is VA care, and we're going to hold it to the highest standards.
Thank you, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back 40 seconds.
Gentleman yields back. Representative Pappas. Ms. Brownlee is recognized. Ms. Brownlee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. And I'm going to start out with a question, and I don't want you to think I'm being combatant here. I'm not. I just want to understand what's going on. And it's a question around non-disclosure agreements that I'm hearing. I have a copy of a non-disclosure agreement here that it appears as though you're requiring supervisors at VA to sign these non-disclosure statements as you go through this reduction in force plan. So I think one of the things in this non-disclosure that seems to be not in it is protection for whistleblowers. I think Title V requires that there needs to be protection for whistleblowers. So that seems to be lacking in this non-disclosure agreement. But I'm also hearing from employees that they're saying that spyware is being installed in their computers to monitor their emails and Teams messaging, et cetera. So, generally my question is, this kind of feels as though you're not creating an environment that is where people are motivated to work as hard as they can for our veterans. So, I was elected at the same time you were, and, certainly I would think as a former member, as you are, you would be asking similar questions, I think. And so I'm just asking, why are you doing this?
Thank you, Congresswoman. It is good to see you again. We did come in together. Look, the NDA simply restates, Title 18 USC 1905, in which the employees and others are not to discuss, and is to keep sensitive information of in any department internal. And we're dealing with a issue right now that is a dramatic change for the VA, and we're looking at workforce. And one of the issues that we're having to deal with workforce is one of the things, and I'll be very upfront with all of you here today before we even go down some of the line of questioning. There is not a time that I'm going to, in a public setting, go into details as far as this group of people being looked at, that group of people being looked at, not in a setting like this. That's not fair to them, and it's not fair to this committee. So this is simply a restatement, but all of the protections that are afforded a whistleblower or work with communication with Congress, classified information, any reporting to Inspector General, mismanagement, anything else, are all protected in that NDA. It does not protect them. This is simply an opportunity for us to have open and honest dialogue about where our workforce should be shaped.
So where does a whistleblower go if they feel the need that
Officer of Whistleblower Protection. We have it inside our own agency. That's where they go.
it's still there?
Yes.
It's still operational?
It's never went anywhere. Ted is still there.
They've signed the non-disclosure agreement?
I'm not sure what you're saying, but anyway.
Anyway,
Okay. So let me move on. The Elizabeth Dole bill, I was very involved with the Elizabeth Dole bill and was wanting to hear from you about when you think it will be implemented. It was passed about, I think, 6 months or so ago. It's certainly something that our veterans and certainly the Elizabeth Dole Foundation is very anxious to see implemented and get started. So could you speak to when the implementation is going to take place?
we have already started the meetings and internal operations on the Dole Act on how to actually, we're going to be doing that, but we're not rushing through it. One of the things I think that we did learn from the PACT Act was that something, even a good idea such as the PACT Act, if implemented quickly, could lead to issues of budgets, issues of staffing, and how it's actually rolled out. So probably over the next couple of months, we're going to see. We've already been meeting, and I think there's actually been some conversations with the Hill and staff, and we can be happy to get you more on where we're exactly at right now. But we're looking to do that and get it on time with the requirements of the Dole Act.
When our staff was being briefed, they were told that Section 120, which is an important section because this is where the 65% cap on expenditures for non-institutionalized care is lifted. And we were told that the VA isn't planning on implementing that until January of next year. And I bring this up because we have veterans, ALS veterans, veterans with spinal cord injuries that need and want their care at home for a quality of life I think that they deserve. And they can't, they're out there and they can't have it because this cap is on there and there's not enough resources to have them stay at home with dignity. And so they're out there waiting. We've actually heard that some veterans who have been on ventilators have lifted the ventilator because they don't want to go into institutionalized care and really have just taken their own life. So they're out there, just hoping, praying that this will be implemented so that they can be taken care of with the dignity as I said that they deserve.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. I agree completely. We're going to move as fast as we can and make sure that it's actually done properly to get it to everybody so that it's, when implemented, it'll be done. I'll check into the year there and go back and get you more information on Section 20. What we're finding is as we get into it, there may be times that we can actually implement things quicker. I think they want to give a time frame that may be workable but could be done quicker. So we'll actually look into that.
Well, and I will say to you that the implementation of the Elizabeth Dole, you will save money because getting the care at home is less expensive than it is in institutionalized care. And it's a win-win because that's where veterans want to be cared for, is in their homes, particularly aging veterans, disabled veterans, and that's what the Elizabeth Dole bill was really all about. So it's a win-win all the way around, and I know you're trying to use resources as effectively as possible. Well, implementation of this bill is a road to go down quickly where you can save money and invest in other areas.
I agree, and that's also one of the issues that we're making sure that we do have the investment of money that was come, because some of the bills is still, we're still determining what the funding mechanisms were because they were not funded in the act as we go through. So So those will be issues that we're going to work toward. Let me just say on a personal note, I understand that completely. Having a daughter who has spina bifida and in a wheelchair, the needs at home sometimes can be, it is something that you have to prepare for. We've had to do things in our own house over the last 30 years that I would have never thought I'd have to.
Very good. Well, my time is running out, but I wanted to ask you, I know you've talked about world-class healthcare for our veterans. Just hoping that you will uphold the world-class standard of the team-based model of anesthesia within our hospitals. I think it's really important. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Dr. Miller-Meeks, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bost, Ranking Member Takano. Thank you very much, Secretary Collins, for being here. And as both a veteran and a physician, thank you for your advocacy and support of our veterans. Let me also just start off before my question, echoing Ms. Brownlee's last statement about the team-based model in anesthesia care. As both a nurse and a physician, married to a nurse and a veteran, I would echo that sentiment that we want to deliver the best care to our veterans. The committee has heard about reports of a referral coordination initiative being used as a means to bring back care into the VA once a veteran has been referred to community care. And I'm also going to say that I was a proud veteran delivering community care within a community for veterans. So I've been part of that process on the delivering end of community care. And you made a statement that community care is VA care. So my presumption would be that it should be left to the veteran to make that determination, whether if they've had initial community care, if they want to transfer back. Could you give me your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that is exactly right. I think this is a choice that we need to give to the veteran because it's in law, and this is the way the law is interpreted. You meet the qualifications, you get the choice of community care. And I think that's one of the things that we've seen, though, unfortunately, in the last few years is, and this is a story I'll tell, and it's because it's very concerning to me, because unfortunately for some, the Mission Act and some internally in the VA seem to view the Mission Act as setting up an us against them scenario. The VA care versus community care, that the doctor's here and the doctor's there. In fact, it was unfortunate this past week, I was asked a question when I was traveling in Minnesota, in which somebody who was not happy with me, and that's normal, but we get it. They actually said to the reporter, and the reporter asked me the question, well, why would we need to keep all veterans in VA? VA has the quality care and the community doesn't. And I thought to myself, why would somebody who is protesting us degenerate all the doctors in Minnesota? Because that's exactly what they did. Whether they meant to or not was irrelevant. That's what they did. We've got to get over this idea that it's one doctor against another. There's also a thought inside the VA that the VA doctors in some way are supervising the community care doctors, and this is slowing some of our work down. The other issue with community care that is problematic, and I hope we get to talk about this today, is our electronic health records management system, which does not allow us to communicate with doctors. So for us, it's just about getting the care to where again, veteran first. Not VA first, veteran first. The VA is there to exist to serve the veteran.
Thank you. This Fox grant program is set to expire at the end of this fiscal year. What do you see as the long-term role of this program in VA suicide prevention strategy?
I think it's a great program because it actually brings in some different voices into the conversation, but I'm not satisfied at all with where we are in our response to our veteran suicide issue, our death by suicide issue. This is just not something that's tolerable. To the folks on this committee, and especially if you're new to this committee, just understand since 2008, our veteran suicide number has not changed. Understand, 2008, our veteran suicide number has not changed. But yet over the past few years, we have added $588 million every year for the last few years to suicide prevention. It's not working. So I want to use grants and programs like this to reach out beyond the scope of where we're currently reaching to say, how can we actually touch the veteran that's not being touched right now by these programs? Here's another thing for you. Out of that, whether you use 17 is your number, 22 is your number, whatever number you have, half of those have never had VA connection. Half of them we've never had a chance to touch. So we've got to do better at using the grants, using our programs to go outside the normal bubble and use others to help get the word out.
You may not hear this question. I agree with that, and also General Bergman's comments about emerging breakthrough therapy. Never thought in my medical career I would be talking about that, but yet it does show promise in reducing PTSD and suicide. The VA's leasing process continues to face long delays, overruns, and cost overruns with outpatient clinic leases and the building for those leases, the construction, I mean, often taking years to complete. Do you have a plan for that? And if not, I would love to meet with you. I've met with people within my district who actually do construction. They're more than happy to save the VA money at their behest, making less money for them in order to have a more efficient process.
Congresswoman, this is going to be the one time I'm looking at the ranking member and the chairman, and I just as I did this morning with the Appropriations Committee and everybody in this committee, help me. Our procurement system, especially when it comes to construction and new facilities, is broken. I mean, and we're not even at the point where, and this is not throwing anybody under the bus. It's just they're giving a system that doesn't work. And I was here, and several of you were here when we had the issue first come up, and we started. One was in Colorado, then there was others that were. Right now, it's no reason, in all fairness, that it takes $1.6 billion to build a medical center. There's positions on this panel. Your local hospitals, in fact, in my hometown, just built a 100+, several hundred patient bed system. Put an OR in it, put an ER in it. They built it in less than 2 years, and it's a lot less cost. Our leasing programs need to be streamlined. Our building programs need to be streamlined, because right now there is not really, if you would, as I call it, that touch point, that one belly button touch point where I can actually say, you're responsible for this, or holding them accountable for contracts in which they don't meet their deadlines. So I'm asking for help here on this one.
Be happy to help you with that in our Chip-in Act. And then this is just a very, very minor thing, and I know it's minor, but I've had veterans in my district contact me and send me photographs of our VA hospital which show a blank wall, and the photographs of the president and the vice president are not there. I know it's a minor issue. Is this something that comes from the VA, or how can I help these veterans and answer their problems? So if you could just address that quickly. And I know you gave me extra time, so.
No, I appreciate it. No, they should have the pictures. There was a delay, and I think one of them was that the vice president's picture was one of the delays. My picture, look, it's out there in the president's picture. It's very important to our veterans. I get those calls all the time. We're doing everything we can to get those pictures out and make it. And this is a change to any administration. It needs to happen quicker. It doesn't most of the time. But I think it's being done as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Representative Pappas. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks very much for your comments. I want to ask you about an issue that's critically important to veterans in New Hampshire. New Hampshire remains the only state in the contiguous 48 states without a full-service VA hospital. And so the Manchester VA Medical Center was built in the 1950s. It continues to experience serious infrastructure issues, pipes bursting in the winter, flooding, heating outages, even insects in the operating surgical suite. On May 9th, the Trump administration announced an executive order directing a feasibility study at the VA within 180 days of the order, submitting a plan to the president, an action plan to expand services at the Manchester VA into a full-service medical center. So veterans have been asking for this for about 20 years now. They're ready to move past the talking stage and to see some action on this. So I'm wondering if, as this study is moving forward, you're going to work to engage with veterans and stakeholders in the state of New Hampshire to make sure you're hearing directly from them and capturing their feedback.
Yes, Congressman, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you carrying the torch for that. Also, I've talked with your governor about this as well, and I can report to you that feasibility study started this week. And we're going to be working with our stakeholders in New Hampshire and other places to make sure that this goes through. So following through the promise of the president, who made the promise to look at your facilities up there, that's what the EO said, and we're already started that process, and we started it this week.
I appreciate that. And do you start this process with the commitment to establishing a full-service hospital in New Hampshire?
I believe that is the desire of the administration as we go forward, and we're looking at it from that perspective. You have a system in which we're going to look at and make sure that we get the proper needs and the proper care in that area.
Thank you. I appreciate your attention to that. Before I get to my next questions, Chairman Bost, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record data received from the Housing Policy Council showing over 80,000 veterans state by state who are at extremely high risk of foreclosure.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. So I disagree fundamentally with VA's decision to end the VASP program, and I want to ask you a little bit about the timing around that, because it was extremely unclear who was informed and when. So VA briefed committee staff on April 9th that VASP would stop accepting applications from lenders on May 1st. I'm wondering when VA first publicly posted the information to the general public about its plans to stop accepting VASP applications.
As far as an exact date on when published, I would have to get you an exact date. I think going the VAST program in general, though, this is a program that I think many on this committee have strong feelings about, should have never started to begin with. This was not a congressional mandate. This was not a congressional program, so it was stopped, and it had already got into an area VA didn't need to be in to start with.
So we have the date, basically April 23rd is when that was posted publicly. So literally a
have it in
matter
front
of
of me.
days before veterans were made aware of the fact that this program was coming to an end. And I ask about this because we heard directly from a constituent who was caught up in this. He is a veteran his name is Daniel. He's 100% service disabled, veteran of the first Gulf War, reached out to our office days before the end of VASP, understanding that he might still have a chance to get into this program and to make sure that he could start making payments and stay in his home along with his service animals. So I'm wondering if you have any guidance for veterans like this who have been caught up in this period of time where VASP is coming to an end. There wasn't clear communication from the department. What do veterans like Daniel do to be able to stay in their homes while we wait for Congress to take the important step forward to develop a partial claims program?
Well, and I think that's what the first step is Congress needs to act upon this, and this should not have been a program that was taking money away from other things to start and getting the VA into a mortgage business. I mean, the numbers here, I think at this point, it stopped on May 1st. No one who is currently in VASP was taken off VASP. Anybody who currently is working through VASP is still on VASP. We just did not take any more. And the reason...
So respectfully, it's not a good enough answer for my constituent. He's
Okay,
someone who understood that the date was coming May 1st, was trying to work with his lender to get into the program, and now he's not sure he has any other opportunity to protect his home and to stay in his home. And we're facing a housing crisis in New Hampshire, as we are in states across the country. So would you be open to a foreclosure moratorium in the interim while we await action in Congress to develop a bipartisan plan for a partial claims program?
I'm not going to commit to a program on the fly here in the middle of the hearing. I think I understand your concern in looking at it, but again, we set up a problem that was going to end up developing. The reason VASP was stopped was because the VBA, which took money from other programs, reprogrammed from other things to do this program, came forward, and they were now going to ask for multiple billions of dollars out of their mandatory program to go forward, which I'd have had to come to Congress for, and it was just an area that it had to be a time to cut it. We did it as much as we could. It's not an answer I know you want to hear or the veteran may want to hear, but this is just, it's a program we should have never gotten into.
So look, I disagree with that answer. I think the fact is this was a last resort program that was should have been a stopgap while Congress developed something that was more permanent, and we're working on that. But we've got to be looking out for constituents like this who number 80,000 across the country, people that are at risk of foreclosure, veterans who deserve our support. And so I want to get to just a final statement here. I hear from veterans across New Hampshire that are deeply concerned with some of the moves they see being made by VA. Now, I agree with your statement that you made in your testimony that we've got to be looking out for end veterans. And I believe that we do that on this committee. I've served here for 6 years now through administrations of both parties. But I take exception to the claim of what you've said, which is that, quote, literally all VA stakeholders agree with what needs to be done, and that's reflected in the action that you're taking. I don't think that's true, because veterans I talk to don't agree with the abrupt ending to VASP. They don't agree that we should put more veterans at risk of foreclosure. They don't agree with the fact that we've seen crisis line employees lose their jobs who are in probationary status. They don't agree with the fact that your stated goal is to fire 83,000 workers that would cut deeply into VA's ability to meet the needs of our veterans and provide the kind of care and benefits that they deserve. So we've got work to do to make sure that we're improving services at VA, that we're getting things done for veterans. Let's be willing to work together and do what it takes to meet the needs of these heroes who have worn the uniform and have done everything to serve the United States of America. But veterans know that we need more. We need better cooperation. We need better leadership from you to get the job done. And I yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman, can I answer? All right, that's fine. We can keep going. Just keep going.
Just real quickly, we are scheduled to pass the partial claims bill next week off the floor over to the Senate. I would encourage everybody to support that so that we can cure those type problems and then go and encourage our senators to do the same as quickly as possible. So with that, Dr. Murphy, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Secretary Collins. I am very heartened to see someone of your caliber, intellect, and desire to help our veterans. We appreciate your service. You know, we started off the committee, we talked about what things are different now. It's oversight, it's accountability. Personally, I liked our last secretary, but I thought he was extremely ineffective. We come in here and we were riddled with a sexual scandal cover-up that occupied, unfortunately, a couple hearings in this committee. We had cost overruns, but they weren't cost overruns. It's time actually for people to come in, and as you said, the VA is broken. And continuing to pour money and to hire individuals who, by the last administration's report, overhired, it just is nonsense. It doesn't help our veterans. So to that point, you've been in this job 4 months. Can you tell me on a scale of 1 to 10 how good you believe our VA is efficient?
An overall number would probably not do justice to everything. I think there's some areas that were completely inefficient, and then there's other areas that we have been able to do things better. So I think I'm not going to make a blanket statement on that we're a 4 or a 5. I mean, I don't think we're rating a record here.
But
Yeah, I think we're probably at a situation when it comes to our IT programs, when it comes to our employee management, when it comes to our efficiencies in doing things such as contracting, payroll, HR, we're probably lower than we need to be, especially when compared to the industry.
yeah, so you spoke a little bit about building a hospital. I've been intimately involved in a lot of administrative stuff. I still practice. I still see veterans. If the outside world can do things infinitely more efficiently or less cost-effective, why can the VA not do it? And this is just emblematic of what some people feel our government should do, is just pour money into a system that doesn't work. So I appreciate the efficiency and accountability that you bring into the office. One thing, speaking of which, I'd love to bring up the EHR issue. I've sat on this committee now, I think, close to 6 years, and I'm still dumbfounded at the billions and billions and billions of dollars that have been poured into an EHR that should have never been done to in the first place. It's not a system that should be used for the largest healthcare system in the country. So I know this is a big priority of yours, and I'd love to know your thoughts about how we can actually implement a system that's only in just a few hospitals and centers at this point.
Thank you, Congressman. This was the one that was dropped on my plate from day one, and frankly, it was just dropped as a just a cold fish, so to speak. It was just nothing was happening. The previous administration, the previous secretary had put a pause, and basically it was just sort of a death knell because nobody was talking, nobody was doing anything to move anything forward. This was after we had poured billions of dollars into the system. Now, I could go back and I could talk for days about how it was probably poorly started, poorly funded, poorly integrated, poorly everything. But what I chose to do was from day one is walk in with fresh eyes and say, okay, here's what I've been given, here's what we have to do. So what we did was we basically took the two positions, the VA position and Oracle position, and we came to see what each said about each other. Then we put them in a room, and then I had them basically talk to each other, and then I locked them away and said, we got to fix this system. Don't come out until you fix it. What we're at right now is instead of maybe 4 next year in the Michigan area, we're actually going to be doing 13 across that entire VISN. And let me just tell you what I have control over, and also what I have control over a vendor or a client, which I believe Oracle to be. VA we had almost, I think it was 8 or 9 committees that everything had to go through to determine what standardization would look like. So in other words, if we wanted to code something, it had to go through 8 different committees differently, then to come to a final committee before it then could go to be discussed with Oracle. I did away with every committee except the final committee after they had their meeting. We only have 1 committee now. Dr. Evans talks directly to Oracle. Oracle talks directly to Dr. Evans on standardization issues. We're going to standardize from here on out, which is what every other hospital in the world does.
Yep.
We have about 10% that is unique to VA, and we're going to work through those again as we go forward. By doing that was able then to allow us to speed up the process and allow us to add the 9 more sites that we're going to. Great. This also then takes into account looking ahead to gain momentum. Is anybody here in a longer system? And if you go back to DOD, and for both sides of the aisle, the DOD did this over the years. They had a pause, and they actually came out of the pause and were standardized and got it done. They finished their side of it. And at roughly the same time the VA was supposed to be. So we're just looking to actually now get the momentum so we can go into others 20 to 25 to 30 to get this done.
Yeah, and I applaud you at that. It was criminal that nothing more was done. This has been a failed system from the start. It's neglect It's point blank neglect that this is not already in every VA system. And to your point earlier about being able to communicate with community care doctors, everything, I don't know what the hatred is about community care in this committee sometimes. I swear to God, they just don't, I don't understand it. I've taken care of patients. We want a seamless approach, and we want the best physicians and the most readily accessible physicians. And it's nothing a pro or con, anything against or for the VA, it's pro-veteran. It's what is being done, and we need to be able to communicate with those individuals. I don't know how many times I've seen a veteran, and I can't get records from hell about the patient itself. So thank you for actually doing something about it. I'm going to follow up with one other point that's already been stated twice. Anesthesiologists need to be in charge of the operating room. It's a team approach. There needs to be a quarterback. I don't care if the fullback says that they're as good as the quarterback. They're not. That's what we want. We want the best for our veterans, and that's period. And finally, an issue that is near and dear to me, you've talked about veteran suicide. We've talked, and we've poured money upon money upon money, and we haven't moved the needle. I have scrubbed a particular therapy that I truly believe moves the needle in the state of North Carolina. It is doing tremendous things to help our veterans, and that's hyperbaric oxygen. I don't know why this is a partisan issue. I mean, they're using it all over in Israel. They're using it in other places in the country. I have a bill, H.R. 1336, Veterans National Traumatic Brain Injury Act, that heretofore the VA has opposed the bill. We want to do everything for those individuals who are at the end of their rope, and I'd love to have the VA drop its opposition. This is something our veterans should have in their arsenal.
Congressman, I look forward to you working your bill through the Congress and go, and we'll be, from our perspective, giving the treatments we've had, the research that we have to provide you the research that we've seen, and where we can find that it might work, they'll be happy to see that come on, and we'll follow the lead of this Congress.
I appreciate that commitment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Shiflett-McCormick, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I have a few questions for you. Would you agree that housing is an important priority for our veterans?
In generalization question, I mean, is housing important for anyone? I mean,
That was
I
a question
apologize, I'm
for
not
you.
sure what.
Do you
what you're looking
prioritize
for.
veterans' benefits when it comes to housing? Making sure that our
I
veterans have
prioritize all the
housing?
benefits that our veterans earn.
No, specifically, it's yes or no then. We can just do yes or no.
Well, if I will do that if it actually answers the question.
Is it a
but
yes or a no, sir?
For what?
Do you prioritize veterans' housing?
I prioritize all
Yes or
veterans'
no?
benefits.
Yes or no, please.
Yes or no to what?
I
I mean, we can play this game back and forth.
Secretary Collins, I'm not interested in that. I'm really getting.
It seems you are.
Secretary Collins, I am not interested in that. We have real concerns, especially in the state with our veterans. So could you please answer it yes or no? If you choose not to answer, just say you choose not to answer, and it's not important.
Do we prioritize housing for veterans? Yes. We also prioritize
Thank you.
health care and
Thank you.
everything
So
else.
do you prioritize and fully commit to housing veterans, especially when it comes to flexible assistance to homeless veterans?
I'll fully commit to helping the veterans in any way we can through the programs we currently have, but I refuse to get the VA involved in something like VAST that we should have never been involved with to start with.
Excuse me, could you please answer my question because we are not talking about VAS. Once again, the question is, if you would like to listen to the question, is do you support providing flexible assistance to our homeless veterans, like access to transportation, hygiene products, blanket support to help our veterans?
The answer is we
Yes or
support
no,
our
sir?
veterans.
Yes or no?
I mean,
Thank you.
yes. But the
Thank
question,
you.
I have a
Do you
question.
believe-
Where are we
Do
not?
you believe that access to lands owned by VA should be in part used to address veterans' homelessness? That's yes or no?
If the land is suitable,
That's
It
a
can-
yes or
it can
no?
be used.
Yes or no?
I can't give you an answer to a question that has a hypothetical that cannot be
It's
answered.
a yes or no?
No, it is not.
It is, okay, so we're
Mr.
not gonna
Chairman,
go-
I mean, I
Excuse
cannot
me,
answer a
It's my
hypothetical.
time, sir, it's my time. You don't need to look at the chairman, I'm right here and it's my time.
I know exactly where you are
Okay,
because I
thank
can't
you.
answer your
So
question.
the respect that I'm giving you, I deserve it also.
I'll get
So
it.
please answer those questions as yes or no, because you're taking up my time with this. So the next question I have for you, now there's so many veterans who are losing their homes, especially in Florida, and we're finding more of them becoming homeless. So my real concern is about the Elizabeth Dole Act. We have a clause in there that actually deals with that, and you have not been implementing it. So that's why I want to identify if this is actually important to you or if it's a priority, because my veterans do want to know if this is one of your priorities.
Yes, it is a priority. Anything in the Dole Act, we will implement.
So why have you not taken it to implement it in these stances?
Because the Dole Act was given at the end of last administration, it came in, and I've been in here over 4 months. There are 72 total provisions in the Dole Act. We've completed 9. We're working on track with 55. We got 2 that were still at risk, and we're still working. So we're doing everything we
So if
can under the
housing
timeframe.
was in fact a priority for you, wouldn't you skim it to find out which priorities or how can you actually make housing accessible? Because my question is, we looked at and we saw that there was a significant gains were made towards homelessness from January of 2023 to 2024. Right now, we're seeing that there's a potential for us to lose the momentum that we've been gaining. And in addition to that, when we talk about the service purchase program, which you said that you would like to terminate or you're terminating, we want to know what are the other instances, or what do you have in place for our homeless veterans to protect them?
The issue in termination of ASP is that we are looking to do everything we possibly can that is already currently there for veterans in the VA for assistance, whether it be their mortgage or other things. We also can work with other agencies such as HUD and others to find ways to help them as we go forward. I'm willing to look and move forward anything we can without sacrificing also the bigger picture. I'm not, unfortunately, able to just simply pick the areas, especially in a Dole Act, where I want them to get all of it implemented for all of the caregivers as we go forward. And I think Donald Trump just and with Congressman Pappas as well, that EO also talked about using facilities, the VA, which has been ignored, and frankly, under previous administrations, was allowed land that we had that we could have helped homelessness in LA was actually farmed out to private schools and ball fields. So I'm trying to look at it from a perspective. You and I actually agree probably more than, unfortunately, this came off, and I apologize for that. We agree on this issue that we need to look at what we can do within the confines of what we have.
And so how quickly do you believe that you'll start prioritizing or putting this in place? Because I have to answer to my veterans also, to make sure that we see them and we understand that housing is so critically important, especially towards their dignity and the contract that we have with our veterans, which is to protect them and make sure they live with dignity.
I agree with you, and I'll be happy to work with you and talk about specific instances, especially Florida. I have Georgia is my home. I don't get there very often anymore, but it's a very similar situation for us on housing cost and housing quality. Any of those information within the Dole Act, we're going to continue to implement. And if there's ways that we can help expand something we currently already have, I'm willing to look at that as well. But I think this is just where we need to make sure that we're doing stuff that help and doesn't either have a negative impact some other place with other programs.
And so my last question is going to be really quick, even though it's a huge issue. It's about the dismantling of the Office of Equity Assurance. We just had a roundtable where we had many of our minority veterans there who talked about the disparities and them actually drawing down their benefits, specifically when it comes to PTSD. How are you going to handle these situations, specifically when that office has been dismantled?
That office, again, being dismantled has nothing to do with the fact of my commitment to make sure any veteran who's earned a benefit gets their benefit, no matter what their background, what their skin color, or anything
Specifically, the
else.
disparities I wanted to point to. How are you going to handle the disparities? Because we have years and years of documentation, especially when it came to housing, where we saw different generations that were disadvantaged. How are you going to do that specifically when this office has actually been dismantled?
I think it's when you're actually supposed to be doing your job, it takes a secretary to lead and make sure that our organizations are not doing anything away from that.
Will you be handling that? Because you said it takes a secretary.
It takes a secretary to give leadership to the organizations that are supposed to be approving our benefits. Congressman, if you have somebody who's been discriminated against or not getting the benefits that they've earned, then I'll be happy to work with you to make sure that's rectified. But that's something against the law that we're not going to break law. We're going to actually give the benefits that they've earned.
Okay, so specifically, should they contact your office then? Because this office has been dismantled. Who should they reach out to?
Well, the question is not the office that was not a part of the benefits that they weren't getting. Why are they not contacting the office of the benefits in which they were denied?
Excuse me, sir. The question specifically is who should they contact?
Which benefit are they looking for? If they should call VBA, which is the benefits, that would be the area to call. If it's a
So there's not going to be, the elimination now is going to be shifted to different offices. Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Van Orden, you're...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for getting something accomplished in less than 100 days that I've been trying to do for 2 years. And that is to get rid of a program that has never existed since the time someone lent someone seashells to buy a cave. That's the VASP program. The Veterans Affairs Administration, under the previous administration, decided to take on $17 billion worth of debt without conferring with Congress. And to me, that should be unlawful. Let me explain what the VAST program is for those people that are not on me and Chris's subcommittee. The Veterans Affairs Administration in the previous administration decided to start buying home loans and reducing the interest rate. So if it was at 7.5%, the VA would buy the loan from a lending institution, lower the interest rate to 2.5%, and they spend an average of $360,000 per home. They did this up to the tune of $17 billion. The amount of money the average veteran was in arrears was $25,000. So it was a $25,000 problem that was solved with a $360,000 solution. And that's how the previous administration ran the VA. And Dennis McDonough was a friend of mine, and I actually respect him tremendously. But that was just foolish and wrong. So in 99 days, or whatever the heck it is, you got rid of that, and I thank you tremendously for doing that. That showed really incredibly bold leadership. And we're getting arrows from this, right? Well, guess what? I'm going to give all of my Democrat colleagues the opportunity to help rectify what they're talking about today, because H.R. 1815 will be on the floor next week. So I would encourage everyone to put their money where their mouth is and vote for that partial claim thing. You don't want someone to get kicked out of their house? Vote for H.R. 1815 or stop talking. That's all I'm going to say to everybody about that. So here's what happened. Mr. Secretary, I had my crack graphics team draw this up so I can explain to some people what's going on. Here it is right there. That's the whole VA. This is the problem with the VA, okay? This is the increase in bureaucrats. These are the doctors. It's almost a flat line. And then we have an increase with the veterans because of the PAC Act, right? So when we are going to cut the VA, and I hope you do, sir, this is where you need to make the cut, right there, in this line, right there, sir. If, Mr. Secretary, if you cut this, then this line with the doctors and stuff, the people that are actually touching our veterans and providing care can go like this, right? And then we can match the increase with vets. So, Mr. Secretary, I'm incredibly happy and looking forward to working with you and your administration. And if there's anything, just if you have a top line item that we can do from the congressional side, power of the purse and all that stuff, if you could, rattle off one or two of them, it'd be great. We will write these down and we'll take it for action. Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Congressman. I think one of the things you mentioned there at the end is something that's very important, because it's also been one of the most misconstrued and also used to scare veterans and also scare employees concerning what we're looking at in regards to a reorganization of staff and how we look at this. As I stated earlier, we have 465,000 as of today in our total VA organization. What is interesting about that is in VHA there's 409,000, there's 34,000 in VBA, and there's 2,400 in NCA, which is our cemetery account. You know what's interesting? We have 16,375 in the central office who are not, are doing policy, doing other things. And by the way, most of them are not actually showing up at 810 Vermont or somewhere else. They're not showing. So what the question becomes
Mr. Secretary,
is,
I'm sorry, will you say that number again, just so people can understand the scope of this, the ludicrousness of this bureaucracy?
Just at central office, and this has nothing also to do with some of the other levels that are built into these numbers that I've talked about. It was a 16,375. Yeah, so as we look at this, the question becomes is not are we, where are we at with our programs? As I stated earlier, we have 28,000 physicians, we have 91,000 nurses, but also one of the things I did not mention on the GAO report was this. Veteran numbers not changed. We're still looking at 9 million veterans every year. That's the enrollment, 9 million for the last 10 years. It's been the same. Yes, PACT Act shot up, PACT Act gave us some more, but here's the interesting thing. We got total number 985,000 that came to new enrollees in PACT Act, and that's not just for PACT, that's all enrollees, 985,000 in the last couple of years, and our number still stayed at 9.1 million. The reason is because over 2 years, we also lose 400,000 veterans in this country every year. So you may add 900,000, but you're also decreasing 400,000 each year on 2 years, so 400, 400. You're basically drawing even here. Our total veterans in this country have dropped from about 4 million in the last 10 years. We're dealing in a circumstance here in which you can't really justify the layers of bureaucracy. And let me give an example, if you don't mind, Congressman, about this.
Please do.
One of the issues that we have, and just to show you where again, when somebody says, oh, you're going to cut dollars, I actually saw this article again today, and somebody thinks that in one hospital, we're going to cut 15% of everybody in that hospital. That's just stupid, wrong, and I don't want to hear it again. Okay? That's just not the way this goes about. You're looking at an organizational structure. But here's the interesting issue. I told you earlier, when I first came in, I couldn't get an actual count of our employees because our HR system was not set up the way we could to get an employee count. And nobody in here has been in the military could understand that concept, but that's what happened. The other issue that we had is then we went to payroll and said, payroll, how many people do we have? Payroll came back at centralized, which is our centralized payroll system, which was supposed to be implemented. Again, this is all oversight stuff that has not been, for the last few years. Is looking at it was supposed to be centralized. They said we had 230,000 employees. And I said, and even our guy said, we got more than 230,000 employees. Come to find out that there was a permissive attitude that allowed roughly 60 of our hospitals to continue to do their own payroll with multiple hundreds of people involved in that process. We have contracting. That it's all over the country, none of it centralized, all of it doing different things, and you have difference of opinion between even hospitals on how they actually do purchasing. Again, tens of thousands of people. We also have human resources that is all done in this.
Mr. Secretary, I just have a couple seconds.
Yeah.
I want to say one thing. I want every single person that has served this country, is serving this country, or feels like they want to serve in the future to have access to the Veterans Affairs Administration Home Loan Guarantee Program. And by shutting down this disastrous VAST program, you accelerated that. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative McGarvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being with us today. We have our differences on this committee, like any committees. But the thing I love about this committee in particular is that it's mission-centered. Despite those differences, we often come together and try to do what is best for our veterans. That's what we're here to do. That's what we try to do. Now, I can tell you, as someone on this committee and from Louisville, Kentucky, I hear a lot of complaints from veterans. But those complaints are very rarely about the care they receive. They're far more about how long it takes to get that care, how far they have to go to get that care, how they access their benefits that they have earned by putting on the uniform. And I will tell you, we have to do better about that. I think everyone would agree we have to do a better job of doing that. I will also tell you that because of that, I'm concerned about some of the things that I have heard you and this administration say over the last few weeks, like the stated goal of cutting 15% of the VA's workforce, which is roughly 83,000 jobs, or possibly terminating nearly 600 contracts, which no one can tell us what the contracts are or what the actual number is. Or even just ending the VAST program in such a way that it could leave 1,000 veterans in my home state of Kentucky without a home. I personally believe the term homeless veteran shouldn't exist. But I want to use my questions today to focus on an issue that I actually hope we can agree on. Because right now there is a part of VA that is decreasing wait times. It's improving medical outcomes. It's reducing costs. It's making the department more efficient. And it's not DOGE. It's the VHA in-house innovation ecosystem. And I know you know about some of this, but let's just outline some of their work for everyone else. This is like Vet Text, which sends text reminders to veterans about upcoming appointments, decreasing missed appointments by 10% and reducing wait times for our veterans. The VHA Uber collaboration, which has provided veterans with ride shares across 100 facilities, saving VA nearly $200 million. There is a remote diabetic foot ulcer smart mat. Now, I know that might not sound like the most exciting thing in the world, but it has cut hospitalizations in half and it has saved the VA almost $100 million. And again, hospitalizations in half, it's saving veterans' lives. Vion, it's a physician-created initiative that helps VA in de-prescribing unnecessary medications and improving patient safety. It saved VA over $300 million annually. And I say I think we can agree on this because I read your op-ed on May 2nd with interest when you went to Michigan and talked about some of the cardiology care there and praised this high-quality, high-tech, and veteran-centered care. So I want to keep this innovation going in the VA. And what I'd like to know from you today, that with all the cuts that are ongoing, is a commitment that while you're secretary, the Trump administration will not eliminate the VHA innovation ecosystem.
Congressman, I'm not sure where it got out there that anything that I've said or done or misconstrued by anybody that wants to is to take away anything good that the VA is doing. In fact, we're not going to do that. We're going to applaud that. I tell our employees all the time, go make mistakes. You're not going to get in trouble at the VA for making a mistake if you're trying to do good, because I'm going to pick you up and put you back out there and try again. What we don't want to have is issues that when we get in our own way. And I think that's the biggest thing I'm trying to emphasize. Just as I emphasized just a second ago, things that take away time, effort, and money from the very things that you're talking about are the things that I'm looking at trying to change. And look, we're on the same page. You and I can agree on this. Believe me, when I was here, I was on the Judiciary Committee. We didn't come close to collegiality most of the time on the Judiciary Committee.
Now,
so this is actually good with what we have here.
I like the agreement, although that was not a yes or a no answer on whether the innovation ecosystem is going to stay, and I hope it does.
Yeah.
I
I don't agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay, perfect. Because I say this, we have such possibility there. When you look at the VA, we have 9 million patients. It's the largest patient population by a multiple of any hospital system in the country. Nearly 75% of physicians do some of their training at the VA. We have the largest longitudinal data set of any hospital system in the country. And we are not putting enough focus into research, into innovation. And I really believe we have the ability not just to take care of our veterans, but put forward our resources so that maybe we find a cure for PTSD or TBI or a spinal cord injury that then benefits everybody in America. And then, of course, we know those are service-connected injuries. What happens if somebody comes in with Parkinson's, cancer, heart disease, and we find a cure for that? We could change healthcare, not just for our veterans, but for everybody in this country. I want to switch gears a little bit while staying on healthcare, though. The fastest growing group of veterans in this country are our women veterans. And we know that they have different healthcare needs. On February 18th of this year, the president, who once referred to himself as the fertilization president, signed an executive order instructing the Domestic Policy Council to identify ways to reduce barriers to IVF. We know that women veterans don't have as much access to the service. We also know that their infertility rates are higher than their civilian counterparts. Secretary Collins, are you and the VA right now working on a plan to improve IVF access for women veterans?
Yes, we're fully implementing the executive order from the president. We fully intend to.
When can we get an update on that?
We'll get with your office and tell you the updates that we have at this point.
Awesome.
And again, working with the administration as they roll out their positions as well.
Thank you. And again, shifting topics on you again, I am not scared about technology. I think technology can be used for a lot of good things, but we are advancing in AI rapidly. One of the things I've heard from my veterans is they are worried about the AI systems potentially going into place, particularly in making the final decisions on benefits. I know you can't forecast way into the future, but while you're Secretary of the VA, can you commit that there will always be a human who's making the final say on a veteran's eligibility for their claims?
I think, yes, is the issue there because there's such differences in somehow these disability claims are actually adjudicated out. One of the things I think we both can agree on using technology is that there are simple claims that should not have to go through the long, tedious process that we have, that we can automate and automize that gets them their benefit quicker. I think that's the big thing. But if there's always a concern about a disability diagnosis or something, we're going to have somebody adjudicating that.
Thanks. And only because I have 13 seconds left, I want the claims resolved quicker, I want them faster.
Yes.
I do want to make sure that a veteran knows that it's another person who's ultimately making that determination for them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative King-Hines, you're next. Got recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Collins, for your time today. I have the privilege and great pride, actually, of representing the CNMI, Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. We have hundreds of veterans who lack essential VA healthcare and VA resources because we are a remote community. And with your help and the help of my colleagues in this committee, I hope we can start affecting serious change and improvement for many of our veterans, one of whom is here today, who flew 8,000 miles for some other business. He's back in the back row, Mr. Brad Rosala, who is the local VFW representative for Saipan. So, with the help of the chairman and his amazing team, I've been pushing to fill the only VA administrative role in the entire CNMI, a position that has been vacant for over 18 months. The administrative specialist position is a critical resource for our community of underserved veterans. It's the only person in the CNMI actually that's responsible for assisting our vets by answering questions, providing information, giving guidance. And, given your earlier statement about, our veterans don't need to hire somebody or, get somebody to be advocating for them, right? That position has been very critical, a critical lifeline to getting our vets to be able to get the help they need. Is there any way you can provide us an update with that?
I appreciate that, and I thank you for your work. I mean, you're in an area that is, again, remote, as you said, it's very difficult, but in working with you and our folks have been talking about this, we recognize the vacancy in that position and have worked with that to make sure it was not affected in any other hiring freeze or anything else. And I'm here also as your one who has traveled 8,000 miles, that your new administrative specialist will be on the job June 16th of this year.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing news. Very much welcome. God forbid that you wake up a little late, right? Because a lot of times to be able to get for our vets to be able to get the service, they have to call Guam, and then Guam has to go through Honolulu. So if you miss that time period, you just don't get the service at all for that day. So thank you, much appreciated.
Well, I want to thank you and the chairman and the ranking member and all on this who've actually helped through this and get this done, and I appreciate that work. And again, sometimes it just takes, we got to push, and there's in just an area that's very difficult to find work in, but hopefully you'll be able to have a good success starting in June of this year.
Thank you very much. So just one other thing. In December of 2023, the VA announced the establishment of a vet center outstation in the CNMI, a smaller satellite office aimed at improving access to counseling services for veterans and service members. This was incredibly welcome, as there's currently a significant lack of services available to the veterans in the CNMI. However, a year and a half later, the outstation has yet to be established. The most recent update we have is that the outstation is in the leasing phase with no set date for its opening. Can you please provide an update on the status of the VA's effort to open the vet center outstation in the CNMI? Specifically, at what stage is the process and when can we expect it to be operational? And I know you've mentioned some challenges with procurement and leasing processes, so any update would be very welcome at this point.
Congresswoman, I wish I could go two for two here, but I can't on this one, but I can give you at least a little bit. So 500 is at least better than none.
Yeah.
It is still in that lease process, and as I said earlier, this is a part that I really wish we could have some change on. We've got to get this better, but it is still in that leasing process. But I want to go ahead and say, what are we doing to look ahead? And that is that the Readjustment Counseling Service is currently recruiting for counseling positions and expects selection and onboarding in the next several months. And is dependent on available qualified. So we're actually already looking for folks to fill that position, and we'll continue to look for a place to put them and to get your help that you need.
All right, thank you. I yield the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your time.
Representative Ramirez.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member. Secretary Collins, it's good to meet you. As Ranking Member of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, I've made a commitment to honor the service of veterans in this country with action, and that includes 20,727 veterans that live in my district. So when I talk about veterans, I talk about all veterans, and that includes women, that includes people of color, that includes first generation, low income, LGBTQ veterans, and also deported veterans. I know we don't talk about it enough here, but there are veterans who have fought for this nation and have now been deported. And because every veteran is entitled to the full benefits they earned and were promised, I want to make sure that we have a conversation today about where we are on diversity, equity, and inclusion. When you, Secretary Collins, and my Republican colleagues celebrate turning your backs on a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion at the VA, it feels like you're turning your back on veterans. And I'll tell you why I say that. I don't believe that any administration and any secretary has the authority to decide which veteran is worthy of the services and care that they're entitled to and which is not. So, Secretary, given the VA's mission to serve every single veteran, is meeting veterans where they are a priority for you, yes or no? Thank you. And if that's the case, why has the VA paused all outreach efforts? So let me explain to you. we have been attempting to work with the VA to do outreach services with the veterans and meet veterans. Sometimes veterans can't make it to a VA center. Sometimes they can't make it to a VSO. And so there's outreach, there's fairs. We have been told that outreach services have been put on pause. And so my question has been, how has halting outreach improved access for veterans?
That's not true. We've been at events, and I can give your office plenty of events, and I was just in Detroit where we're doing outreach events in bus stations, we're doing outreach events at sporting events, we're doing outreach events all over.
I'm really glad you said that, because now I'm more concerned, and I'm going to tell you why. Because on March 6th, I sent a letter asking about paused outreach programs on behalf of veterans in my district who were confused and frustrated. We invited the VA to participate in some of the fairs and events that we do in outreach, and they told us that services had been paused. Did you receive the letter that we sent on March 6th?
I'm sure we did.
So we have not heard back from your office. When can I expect an answer?
You're going to expect an answer right now, because what you have just described is malicious compliance, and it is not tolerated. That is not what is happening. And for a VA employee to tell you that they could not come to a fair or outreach is taking what was done and said, and I've had to already face this. So I appreciate your question.
Well, yeah.
I'm as upset about it as you are. That is malicious compliance, because what they wanted to be able to do was to say, we couldn't do outreach, although they can do outreach.
Well,
That is
Secretary, let me
wrong.
just tell you then for the record here in the letter that you have from March 6th, on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, we received correspondence from Chicago community leaders of the Jesse Brown VA Medical Center. Notice that they were temporarily pausing any comprehensive outreach programs effective March 7th. So I'm going to make sure that we enter this into the record.
Without objection.
Secretary, after you and I can have a conversation
love to.
more about it, because obviously there are concerns there that I know you want to address. So
Could
thank
I
you for that.
have could I get a copy of that letter as well?
Yeah, actually, we have a letter the copy of the letter here. We'll
Okay,
make
great.
sure to get it to you.
Look, this is something that frustrates me, and even if I had to pause and wait for this, I don't want you to feel like you're losing time, Mr. Chairman, because this one is upsetting to me, because I'm having to deal with this a lot.
Well,
And
this
we've
is
seen it,
exactly
so-
why we
so-
bring this here.
and
That's why members of Congress
And I'm so
talking
happy
to
you did. Thank you
constituents.
so much for bringing it, because that's exactly, malicious compliance right now is hurting our veterans, and if our VA employees are doing that, it's wrong.
Well, and thank you for saying that, Secretary, because outreach, making sure we're meeting veterans where they are, is so incredibly important, in making sure that they access the resources they need. So you and I agree, necessity to ensure that outreach is being done in every part of the country is critical. And I'll say to you, I find it even more critical because sometimes I know that there are veterans that can't make it to certain places. Black and brown veterans are placed in housing at lower rates. We know that by facts. We know that women veterans face greater barriers to care. And we know that trans veterans are living authentically, still face discrimination inside the very system meant to serve and honor them. So, Secretary, just this morning, I heard from diverse veterans who said going after diversity, equity, and inclusion programs feels like an excuse not to serve all veterans. And you said earlier, you're committed to our veterans. But I didn't hear you clarify when my colleague asked you about the Office of Equity, how these disparities are going to be confronted and how you're going to make sure that disparities are addressed. So can you talk a little bit more about it?
Yes, I'd be happy to. It doesn't need an Office of Equity and Inclusion to actually make sure that veterans are treated properly. That's something that we've developed. And I understand something. There's offices for you, me, anybody, no matter where their service is. If they've earned the service, if they've earned the benefit, they're going to come.
So, Secretary, where would they go if they have experienced discrimination? Who should they be calling?
The same place you would. In the same Office of Whistleblower Protection. They can call their congressman. They can call, there's several outlets for them to do that. But I will tell you right now, no matter what background they are, male, female, gender, it doesn't matter. If they've earned a benefit and they have something at the VA that they feel like they're not getting, then you personally call me and I'll walk into the clinic
I'm glad
with
you
them.
say that, Secretary. So I have a follow-up question to that. Trans veterans are veterans. They wore the uniform, they serve this country, and gender-affirming care is health care. It's suicide prevention, it's dignity. Last time I raised this with your team, the responses were unsatisfactory. Mr. Secretary, gender-affirming care is shown to reduce suicide risk and ends veteran suicide. Ending veteran suicide is a VA priority. So will you defend and expand access to gender-affirming care, yes or no?
We're going to continue those that are in the VA system to receive the care that they were currently, but we're not adding sex change in the VA. That's just not what we're going to do. So they'll get every benefit they've earned.
Thank you, Secretary. I just have 47 seconds left.
That's fine.
I'm disappointed in hearing that, but I'm not surprised. This administration and my colleagues keep supporting a divisive agenda for the VA that harms our veterans. American veterans are diverse, and we don't get to decide who's worthy of our promise to honor their service with action. The reality is that in this moment, we have veterans who don't believe they'll be able to get care under this administration. And I want to make sure for the record and in the work that we do in oversight, that when we talk about every single veteran, we mean every single veteran. And that means gender affirming care as well. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized for 7 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary, great to see you again. And I want to start by thanking you for coming to Michigan last month, spending time with veterans in my district. We deeply appreciated that and appreciate your commitment to fulfilling the mission we have to every single one of our veterans across the country, and the interest you took to come to Michigan, we really appreciate. And appreciate your willingness to step up and serve in this role. I know that it's not always easy to step into the management role of such a large organization with a lot of political pressure and a lot of spotlight on you, so thank you for being willing to do that. I wanted to ask you specifically about the electronic health record modernization and the increased funding in the budget proposal before us, and wanted to ask how this enhancement in funding is going to be used to ensure that we have a success in the electronic health record rollout, knowing that we've had challenges with the program in the past.
Thank you, Congressman. I do appreciate the commitment, especially in your area, because of, April next year, the 4 sites will be going live in Michigan. I think it's just a restart is what we have to sort of look at here. This was a system that had been broken in the sense that nobody was working with it. They were not, they just sort of went to their corner and just held the ball, and money was being wasted all the time. So what we did is restarted the system from minute one. One of the biggest issues that I'd heard that was a concern, not only from a perspective of patient safety, patient quality, dealing with these health records, it did put, my understanding, at least looking back on some of the stuff in Washington State and Oregon, is that it was not working properly and it was actually giving some bad results. That's just an issue there. Most of that came from the situation in which we didn't standardize what we were doing. They just sort of were allowed to do whatever they wanted to do. One of the ways going forward is we're holding accountable on a very short timeline on our end to make sure that all of our employees are trained, everybody's going to be up to speed, and we're speeding up that integration process. We're also holding Oracle accountable for realistic time limits, and also getting the equipment in, and also adding things such as AI and others on top of that to help our doctors in their treatments, and the nurses as well, practitioners going forward, which is something they see in the private sector right now if they just walked across the street and went into a private care facility. So we believe that we're putting in the safeguards to make sure that going forward this is going to be something that can actually work, but also giving it the tools to expand in a quicker fashion.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I chair the Technology Modernization Subcommittee here, and one of the issues we've taken up is the external provider scheduling program. One thing that was clear throughout that hearing we had recently is that provider participation is really critical in making sure that EPS works for veterans and reducing that community care appointment wait time and the seamless integration there. I personally had an experience with the community care scheduling that was fraught with challenges and problems. Can you tell us what steps the VA is taking to encourage community care providers to participate in EPS and educate them about the program and not delay the implementation or discourage its use?
Yeah, and this is something I think that anybody sitting in my position right now would have this problem, and I don't care which administration it could be going forward, because frankly, the third-party administrating of this has been a problem and struggle, and I'm not saying completely their fault. I think there's a VA component to this as well on things that we've done to exacerbate the problem going forward. One of the things, and I don't think I've mentioned it, this is my second hearing, but if I've not mentioned it already, I want to at least emphasize this again, is that when about the second week that I was on the job, it was brought to my attention that we could not put out the contract RFI for the third-party administrators this year as we were supposed to, because the work was supposed to have been, and please don't hear me as trying to say blame, but this is just an honest assessment. They didn't do it last year. They basically, it was supposed to have been done in the fall of last year in the previous administration. They just didn't do it. So the groundwork, legwork to work up to this was not done. So we had to put it off a year. But what it's given us the ability to do now is spend time looking at the qualifications for these contracts, looking at the things. I think one of the latest conversations I've had with some of our folks on that's looking at this system is there's going to be literally hundreds of changes to the RFI proposal so that we get better work with our community care doctors and with our VA. Just to let you know on this committee, if you've not understood this issue, one of the problems is, and some of the doctors have alluded to this, is that you have doctors who cannot communicate with our system, and our system doesn't communicate to them. So they're waiting weeks with, I kid you not, we're faxing information. We're putting it on compact disc and sending it up. This is something all of us could, hold hands and say, why are we doing this? But this is what's been going on, and that's what's delaying care for our veterans.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and it felt like there was a bit of a, dragging of feet to get this integrated and to expand it. One thing I raised in committee that I'm hopeful we can look at is if we're doing the change management around the electronic health record modernization and upgrade and roll out to these facilities, it might be the appropriate time to put them onto this scheduling program at the same time so that we're doing that kind of comprehensively or with some thought there. I'm not in your position to kind of discern that practicality or not, but I do think that we need to do a far better job of rolling this out in a much more aggressive fashion to kind of achieve the benefit of getting these things scheduled in a timely way for our veterans.
I agree, and it's not just the issue of inside of our own facilities, it's also the
Right.
veteran using it as well. And so it's a twofold purpose of how we're training and how we're also rolling this out. I feel good about where we are now, and anything that we can add on. I've already experienced to Oracle that, we expect compliance. We expect this to go forward. Fortunately, about 3 weeks ago, the Senate confirmed my deputy, Paul Lawrence, to be our deputy secretary. That is statutorily under his purview, and I've turned him loose to do that. He's getting involved now heavily on a weekly basis and even a daily basis on it. So anything we can add, we'll be definitely looking forward.
We look forward to working together through the subcommittee in that effort and appreciate you being here today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Dr. Conaway, you are recognized for 5 minutes, or 7 minutes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Collins, for being here today and answering questions. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask you a series of yes or no questions, just in the interest of time. I'm very concerned about what this administration is doing to safety net programs such as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, otherwise called SNAP, and Medicaid. The cuts to those programs that are proposed are, in my mind, completely unacceptable and will put many people at risk. Many of our veterans rely on these services to put food on the table and to access health care coverage. If any veteran loses their Medicaid coverage during this administration, would you allow those veterans to be eligible for VA health care under Priority Group 6 to receive health care coverage? Yes or no, if you would.
At this point in time, I don't foresee any of that happening, so I'd have to take it as it came and look at it as if it happened, if that was an understanding. That's not something that we've dealt with so far.
I'll take that as a no for the moment.
Take it any way you need to.
If any veteran loses their nutrition benefit during this administration due to change in the law, as you know, there are some drastic proposals out there in my view, would you be open to directing the VA to provide cash subsidies for those veterans who've lost that important food security program?
Veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirements. They're not included in these issues.
Well, but if the SNAP, well, the work requirements are a separate issue on the SNAP, as you know. The SNAP program itself, if it's cut, that means people are not going to be able to get the SNAP benefit at all. And so my question is, and I'll ask it again, would you be open to directing to replace that money? You have the authority to do this with cash subsidies to make sure that veterans are not food insecure.
But veterans are not a part of the program that's been described as what is passed.
But yet they're on SNAP. I'll move on.
So they'll continue to get their SNAP program.
Well, not if the program is cut by $230 billion. So let me just move on.
I appreciate it.
What do you intend to do about veterans who can't? Well, let me move on. I have significant concerns regarding DOJ's access to VA data. Specifically, I'm worried about their access to sensitive personal veteran data. Secretary Collins, can you ensure this committee that DOJ personnel who have had access to VA data have not retained any copies of that data?
Yes, and they follow all the personnel and all strategic information as any employee would at the VA.
Can you commit to this committee that no personal, or sensitive veteran data such as Social Security numbers, driver's licenses, medical records, or financial records have been retrieved or will be retrieved by DOJ after, I guess their time in service ends, and that those employees haven't stored that data elsewhere or have used it for personal gain.
There's no even resemblance of anything that would happen in that regard.
The VA is a major player in medical research and innovation. How many researchers have been fired or dismissed from the VA?
None.
How many research projects and studies have been impacted due to the firing of researchers? We have a lot of reports about clinical trials not being disrupted or being canceled or otherwise postponed or paused.
Dr. Conway, I'm not trying to evade your question, but I do need to draw a distinction here. Are we discussing research trials or are we discussing clinical trials?
Clinical trials.
Okay, clinical trials. There's no clinical trials has been halted. Now, if there have been other issues that may have done it, but none has been canceled of the research trials, the clinical trials. Let me also say something, and I want to get this out because it's important. There's over 1,500 clinical trials going on right now, and of which this is hopefully not going to shock you, but did you realize that we have no centralized control over those clinical trials? I have no idea. No one person is overseeing those. So to get those information and to find out what's going on some of those, we have nobody that's actually over those, but yet we have 1,500 that are actually going on currently.
I suspect many of those trials, because I work in this area, have worked in this area, are probably being done through research grants through universities that are testing various new proposed new drugs and the like, and they're being run there. But I take your point that you might not have knowledge of them within the VA itself. Some of the information, just for the record, I would provide you with some of the estimates stakeholders have given us. Since the hiring freeze by the president, and that continues to be in effect, 370 extramural studies and clinical trials will be suspended or canceled at the VA. 10,000 veterans that are relying on these clinical trials and studies will be denied care, and the VA will lose $35 million in research funding due to delays and cancellations. Earlier today, during a hearing at Milcon VA Appropriations Subcommittee, you stated that clinical trials are not health care for veterans, that they are above and beyond health care. And I must tell you that I completely disagree with that statement, and if you wish to correct it, that's fine. But clinical trials are health care, and for those veterans, as has been mentioned earlier by my colleague, might be a lifeline for a veteran who has cancer and is in a trial, or perhaps has a neurodegenerative disease and is in a trial, and those potential discoveries, that treatment that's given during a clinical trial, and it is treatment because I have been an investigator, I know that it's treatment, that any pause or delay in cancellation of such trials is a delay in cancellation of treatment. So are you taking any steps to ensure that veterans who lost access to clinical trials will still receive the care that they need?
Yes, and I would appreciate the opportunity to clarify because my words were taken out of context, and I think when you have to have proper context, what I said was, because I'm having to also deal with a lot, Doctor, about people who are lying about what we're doing, in all honesty. And so when you get to the point where I've had many people come up and say, dealing with research or dealing with clinical trials, saying they've lost all access to health care. This was their wording, all access to health care. That's just, I'm with you on this. It is not. It is a part of health care, but it is not, they didn't lose their access to their primary care physician. They didn't lose their access to anything else. And even if it's true, we did not cancel any of the clinical trials. And as we move forward on that, we're going to continue to do that because they have actually provided a great deal of service to not only our veterans, but outside that veteran organization as well. And the same is true with that no research trials have been canceled. That's one of the reasons we put the pause in that we did as well for that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hamday, you are recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Collins. It's good to have you here.
And I believe happy birthday.
Thank you, it is. I've turned 68 today. I'm just doubling my age so I can fit in with my other colleagues over here.
Well, that's it for me, Mr. Chairman. I'm gone.
As we all know, the number of veterans in America has declined over the past 2 decades. Yet VA spending continues to skyrocket, and this trend is simply unsustainable. Now, Mr. Secretary, under your leadership, the VA is finally taking long overdue steps to increase accountability, eliminate waste, and refocus the department's mission of serving veterans and not preserving bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake. Now, as my Democrat colleagues fearmonger, the reality is more than 300,000 jobs have been exempted from the hiring freeze. The focus is on eliminating the administrative fat, not doctors and nurses. Veterans need the VA bureaucracy to work for them, not the other way around. It should not have taken the VA's chief financial officer 2 weeks to give a simple set of basic budget accounting information to you, but that is what we had until recently. With more than 60 disparate HR systems, outrageous tales of corruption, and chronically broken veterans integrated services networks, we have lacked fiscal accountability for decades. Now, Phoenix's Carl Hayden VA Medical Center, which is quite infamous, failed so many veterans that it became ground zero for reform efforts. And I know there's been a lot of progress being made over there. But veterans in my district and across Arizona expect the VA's budget to directly support their care, not layers of administrators removed from the mission. I look forward to assisting your continued efforts to refocus the VA on its high-minded mission, taking care of veterans. The Trump administration's reforms aspire to accomplish this by providing greater oversight, less bureaucracy, and a culture of nonstop effectiveness. Now, Mr. Secretary, we've heard a lot of scare tactics, but I want you to talk about, once more, list the services and jobs excluded from the hiring freeze.
Thank you for offering the question. And one of the things is, there's something you said in your question that I want to address if I could, and I'll get to that part. You talked about our chief financial officer. I wish I had one right now. Right now, our chief financial officer, our general counsel, and our national cemeteries undersecretary are being held up in the Senate. These are 3 veterans who have all served. One who is going to be Sam Brown, who is going to be head of our mortuary affairs, our cemeteries, gave some of his own body to service of this country after being blown up, and yet is right now being held hostage in the United States Senate by the same people who actually want to say, we want you to hire veterans and not fire veterans. Well, now I just got a sense, and I've told the senators this as well, it's time to stop that. If you want to hire veterans, and I got 3 of them that need to be approved and need to get on the job working for veterans. So when you say I have a CFO, I don't have one because I can't get the Senate to approve them. So don't tell me they want to help veterans when they got 3 of them sitting right there, one who was grievously injured in wartime that they refused to approve. That's what I'm dealing with right now. In addition to what you're saying and what we're looking at, we're not looking at doctors, we're not looking at nurses, we're not looking at this, and you just look at the numbers in general, and you have your poster there. I mean, we're looking at issues that I talked about earlier, where we have payroll that is being done at 60 locations, which was supposed to have been centralized a long time ago with hundreds of employees that we're now having to look to see how we can consolidate to make sure we're running it efficiently and more cost effective. We don't need them all over the place. We don't need the issues that we have of human resources being run in every location, again, with hundreds of employees. We have a system of a VISN system, which many of you may understand was put in the 90s to give general oversight over our hospitals. Did you realize that, and I talked to some folks from that time frame when they actually put this in, that they were supposed to be minimally staffed, 10 to 20 people will be in the look at our VISNs. Right now, our VISN structure, with everything we've added on to it, instead of having that number, most of them have full-time staff between 60 and 100, but added staff of nearly 16,000 in the VISN structure. These are not also, some of them, by the way, some of them say, well, they're impacting healthcare because you have some doctors. I have one of my VISN directors actually tell me, they said, yes, we have some of ours who are, quote, dual-hatted. They do 4 hours a week in a clinic. That's not helping us with our veteran backlog. That's not helping with our wait times. It's still being done from a level that is far up. We have 200 plus call centers in the VA. You want to talk about that one for a second? These are, I mean, every one of our VBOs, our business, have one of their own call centers for their mortgage issue. It's like, why do we have this? This is the part that has just grown over time, and it's not affecting healthcare. We're going to make it easier for a veteran to call one of these lines and get to talk to somebody on the other end of the line. But we're also going to make it to where we have people who are actually working in these, our clinics, working in our disabilities, and working in our cemeteries that actually have firsthand touch. The last thing that I have to say is you can say what you want about where we're at and how we got here. But in 10 years, GAO has said we got a problem. We've increased money, we've increased spending. And by the way, before we get into it, someone will say, well, the PACT Act was why we had the money. Okay, you're right, but if you look at the numbers, we're basically giving some of the same money to the same people that were already there. just in a different capacity. And I respect that. They've earned it. As I have said before, I am a veteran who served under a burn pit for almost 5 months. So I think these are the areas that we've got to look at. But for anybody out there giving, and again, I go back to the assessment where you're cutting 15% of doctors, 15% of nurses is frankly just not helpful to do what we need to do, because that's not what we're looking at. Frontline workers should be the happiest at the VA right now, because we're going to be freeing them up to do their job and not get bogged down with paperwork.
Absolutely, and I hope to see your CFO Senate confirmed very soon. You need that. You have a tough job right now ahead of you. And I just want to thank you for your service to our nation's veterans, and I appreciate your laser-focused outcomes over optics. Now, please know that you have my full support in refocusing the VA on its founding principle, delivering the best care for those who bore in the battle. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Bazinski, you are recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Bost, and thank you, Ranking Member Takano, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. I appreciate your time. I do want to take a minute to just address the claims that you've made about the VA's performance has gotten worse from the previous administration. By many measures, and I want to highlight the great work of the VEO, the Veterans Experience Office within the VA, that has been measuring specifically veteran trust scores. They've come up with a veteran trust score, which is at an all-time high at 80.4% in 2024. Which was an increase of 25% since 2016 when we first started recording this metric. VA employees, many of them veterans, as you know, have been stepping up to meet the demands. You referenced the PACT Act, which was a historic expansion of care. But now with more staffing cuts on the horizon, these public servants are being asked to do more with less, is my concern. Almost 4 in 5 VA employees are members of unions. And collective bargaining rights give them a process to address their concerns in the workplace and ensure sound working conditions. I believe this helps both the employee and the veteran being served. Mr. Secretary, when you endorsed President Trump's executive order stripping VA employees of their labor rights, I believe you devalue their work. And coupled with the threat of significant staff downsizing, I hear from constituents working at the VA in my district that they have increased fear and stress, and there are deep morale issues at the workplace where they deeply believe in the mission of serving our nation's heroes. Of course, we agree that improvements can and should be made at the VA, and I want to say that despite testimony, none of us on this committee believe that the VA is perfect. But improvements and changes, I really do believe, need to be done in a manner that is thoughtful, legal, and based on the input of stakeholders, which includes us in Congress. And so I'm going to shift gears and talk about one area that you have touched on, and I'm really honored to be the ranking member on the Tech Modernization Subcommittee with our chairman, Mr. Barrett. And so I want to spend a little time talking about the EHRM as well, which I think is one area that we can all agree is a place that could use improvement. Your remarks mention an accelerated rollout of this system, and I too really do want to see EHRM be successful, and can acknowledge that there have definitely been stalls and not a lot of success seen to date. But I think it's worth taking a minute to say, talk about the program and where it started and then where it is today. So this program actually was started during the first Trump administration in 2017. The VA signed a $10 billion sole source, no bid contract with Cerner, which some have said, the GAO has mentioned that, influenced by so-called Mar-a-Lago crowd. As Cerner struggled with the implementation, then Oracle acquired them in 2022. So as you know, there's a total of 170 VA sites that need to implement the new EHR system. Since 2020, VA has rolled out, and I think we can acknowledge, only 6 sites, which is that's not great. Now VA has announced plans to roll out EHRM at 13 sites by 2026, which is progress. But my concern is that leaves about 151 sites left. And so if we're accelerating that to by 2031, how are we going to get there? This is going to be a major undertaking, and I'm just very concerned with the staffing levels in particular. If we're not fully staffed, how we're going to meet this metric. And so in the midst of what I think is a massive reduction in force and then a bare bones IT budget, I'm really worried that this is going to set up the VA for failure. I completely agree with you. You mentioned standardization. That is something we've talked about on our subcommittee and something we should be moving to. But some of the unique challenges, as you know, is that every VA has their own unique system, and trying to get all of them to standardize is a challenge. But I agree with you, that's something we should be committed to looking to. So one of my first questions for you, Secretary Collins, is to better understand how workforce cuts will help you achieve that. What is your target reduction for OIT workforce?
At this point in time, there's no quota or anything else looking for OIT or any other workforce. It's looking at total picture of who we have where, and we're going through that process right now.
So have there been cuts to the OIT workforce? You're
Not at this
saying
time, no.
no.
No,
And-
there's been no. We've had less than 0.5% of employees that were here in January that have let go at the VA.
Okay, so there's no plan in the future to reduce the OIT workforce?
I think when you overlook it, are there areas of the OIT workforce that may or may not be essential to what is happening? I'm not going to say there's not, but I'm also going to say that it's essential to us going forward as we look forward in this.
Okay, because I just
I'm
think
just
that's
not,
critical.
I understand what you're trying to
Yeah,
say. I don't mean to be evasive in this, but I'm
Yeah.
not going to go that granular.
Yeah, I understand. And I think I hear what you're saying about the medical staff of the VA, but I think the OIT is a great example of those aren't medical staff, but they're really critical to being mission-driven and to getting a program like the EHRM system really successfully off the ground. These aren't doctors or nurses, these are technicians, these are tech folks. And that's why I'm asking.
No, and it's a great question because, you've actually opened it up a little bit because also neither are people who clean our rooms and neither are the plumbers and neither are electricians, which we've protected them as well. So
Yeah,
they're part of that
we need them.
300,000.
Okay. So I guess during your testimony last week before my Senate colleagues, you indicated that technologies would help VA to improve efficiencies in the face of workforce cuts. But it sounds like, and one of my concerns is that we might be using technology to replace people, which is a concern of mine, because I think, quite frankly, the VA is not, we don't want to be installing McDonald's kiosks here. These are actual people we want serving our veterans person to person. And so I just want to make sure, can you respond to that and how technology is potentially going to be used?
I think technology is working how we're taking first-time claims and a lot of this is in our BA, our benefit side. We can actually take things that we've seen over and over and over again that we can get a benefit that could take several months under a system. We're actually getting new claim benefits done within literally days, so that they're not waiting for these things. So I think you use them in ways that it helps. You don't use it, technology is not going to solve every issue that you ever have, but it can get us more efficiently, especially in ways that are more not hands-off, but they're more the transactional with our mortgage benefits, the education benefits, things like that could work in that way.
Okay, would love to keep talking. I have time for maybe one more quick question. I did want to ask the VA Chief Information Officer, the OIT, that position I don't think has been filled, if you could respond to when you think that position will be filled.
We're working on that as we speak. We're still interviewing some folks. It's hard to fill some positions, and we're still working to get that filled.
Okay, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The votes have been called, and it is the intent of the chair to go to recess for the votes. We will have, I would like to get everybody back here as quickly as possible, 10 minutes after the last vote. There's only 2 votes. And we will carry on. I know that many of you might have flights or whatever, but we will try to get through to everybody. We will come back. And as I said, Mr. Luttrell, you'll be the first one up when we get back. We'll be in recess until the call of chair. We will come back to order. We'll continuing with the 7-minute questions. Mr. Luttrell, you're up. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome back. I'm sure you're used to the kind of the ebb and flow of this place. I need to kind of lay out my question. So not old. Everybody, he's from Georgia. Just take notes. Okay, sorry, I digress. Camera off my face. All right, we good? All right. So we have 9 million veterans. We have roughly about 1.3, 1.5 plus or minus service members currently. And of course, recruiting's up, recruiting's down, but the transition will inevitably happen from active duty to our veteran space. Now, one of the challenges that I often hear about, see about, as a veteran myself and have gone through, when the veteran enters into the VA space, then the process starts. Now, as easy as that can be for some veterans, or as painstaking a process as that can be for veterans, I'll always say it seems to be problematic. Once the veteran initiates the claim, if you will, then he goes into the VSOs, goes into the rating system, goes up to the national work queue, it disappears into the metaverse, and sometimes it gets lost, sometimes it gets found. I won't get into the national work queue with you today. Then we run into systematic problems along the way, not for every veteran, but for veterans nonetheless. I truly and honestly believe if there was a transitional period between leaving active duty service, where the service member's record is buttoned up, top to bottom, inside and out, take the veteran more or less out of the equation, almost all the way out of the equation, and the record, however that may transition from this active service to veteran service, and then it starts the process on its own. Now, I know we can do that. My question is, will you, not have you, it's too early, but will you consider, or will you please engage with SecDef? Start these conversations. I've had this conversation with him. I don't know if you have or not, but everyone understands the problem. Everyone understands that the transition between the two should be seamless. And for decades and decades and decades, we hear about this. This would be the greatest opportunity that we could have to catch people on the wrong trajectory that may be suicidal ideologies, may have a health care problem, something that we missed. Because when you're in this service and you're on the train, you're front sight focused, laser focused on the problem set that exists in front of you. And that bullet train's traveling down the track 1,000 miles an hour. And it does not stop for us to get off, we jump. And everything that we jump with goes in 1,000 different directions, and then it's our responsibility to try to find it somewhere in every place that we were stationed, to put it together to give to the VA, and then the VA's has that. It's their responsibility to help the veterans with that, and we know how painstaking of a process that can be. So my question is, will you, sir, please engage with the DOD and start baseline assessment from the time that we come in through the time that we transition out into the time into the veteran space, so our veterans are better taken care of?
You know, in looking at an oversight and what we're talking about right here, it's probably one of the most pertinent questions I think we've had, and I appreciate all the questions we have today, but you've hit at something that's very important to me, because it is the trigger mechanism for many of the bad outcomes that we see, either not getting care, having a bad experience with care, then leaving the care, or not getting the benefits that they have. Just recently, I was at MacDill Air Force Base, and we had their medical side there, the Air Force medical side, and we had our Veteran Benefits Office personnel there, some of their senior leadership. And I asked the question, just because we were talking about how this was transitioning out, and they said, I asked our benefits coordinator, I said, how many of you get people coming in who have no experience or no knowledge of what their benefits are? And to almost to a person, they said, most everybody. So I've already started that conversation with SecDef. In fact, we started it before either one of us were confirmed. And because here is the bigger issue that we got to deal with TAPS, and this is our Transition Assistance Program. It is, and I say this in a generic form, so any reporter here, please listen to what I'm saying. TAPS is owned by DOD, in which they don't really have a good plan because of the way it's positioned, as you well know, to give 12 months, 18 months, however you transition out, and it goes through this contract, not deploying them, but this is just their issue. So DOD owns TAPS, and I'm blamed for it. And I think this is the part that we've got to look at as we go forward. There's got to be a more seamless transition for that, and we've already started. I think you're going to see something pretty soon about that. I just wanted to let you know that Secretary of Defense and I have talked about it. The last part on that is that question that I think, no matter what we do, one of my priorities is going to be is those that have issues coming out, having warm handoffs basically straight into VHA, especially those who are having issues with mental health issues, TBI, PTS, and those kind of things.
Because DOD has absolute authority to gather all that information and share that with the VA. And just the complexities of the global threat currently that's developing, our generation is coming into the VA. Our older generation, we're losing them. But if, worst case scenario, if we have to go all in again, the wave is just gonna, and I need the VA to be ready.
Yeah, exactly. That's also one of the emphasis of the president as well, is that fourth mission of the VA, which is our disaster and natural response, and also we're the actual backstop. There's not without going into classified information, which we would never do here, the VA is always a part of any national contingency that would come up in any type of scenario that we have. So we've got to be ready for that and make sure our workforce is developed. But I want to, real quick, and if I could, one of the issues that bothers me most about our transition part right now is statistics show us that a shorter time of service, a 3 to 6 year or 3 to 7 year time of service, is a drastically higher propensity for death by suicide from not just when they get out, not just 3 or 4 years later, but upwards of 40 years later. They're seeing statistics that say that shorter time frame. So that's why transition is so important.
Correct, because there's no difference with somebody that served 6 months to somebody who served 60 years, period. Thank you. I yield, sir.
Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized for 11 minutes.
Thank you.
7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
7 to
Chairman.
11.
I'll take whatever I can get here.
7.
Secretary Collins, first of all, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service to our country. I represent the Buffalo-Niagara region in New York, home of the Western New York VA system, including the Buffalo VA Medical Center and one of the nation's 2 GI Bill processing centers. During my time in office, I've had the privilege of meeting with many VA employees, often veterans themselves, who take immense pride in continuing their service to support their fellow veterans. Unfortunately, in these meetings, VA staff at every level have raised serious concerns, including plummeting morale and an increased stress due to the threat of sudden firings and what they feel is a climate of fear, PTSD and mental health strains stemming from constant job insecurity, the rollback of collective bargaining rights and attempts to strip employees of their voice, rigid and poorly thought out return to office mandates without adequate infrastructure or workspace to carry out mission critical duties, and worsening understaffing, which is leaving teams stretched even thinner than they were to begin with. And that list doesn't stop there. Those are just a few. The issues demand urgent attention from you and your team. Mr. Secretary, your testimony claims improvements to veterans' care, yet you're eliminating positions essential to handling the increased PACT Act cases. Cutting these roles removed skilled, experienced staff who directly assist our veterans. Outside consultants and political appointees obviously cannot do this work. Neither can AI. VA employees in my district work tirelessly to deliver care and benefits. They're not faceless bureaucrats. They're honoring our promise to our veterans. And your testimony states that VA aims to place employees where they're needed, reduce unnecessary overhead, and strategically cut staff. Now, I've asked this question repeatedly of this administration and still haven't received a clear answer. How do you plan to reduce staff without affecting care? Who exactly are you planning to let go? What are their roles? What qualifies as unnecessary overhead? And what safeguards are in place to ensure that these cuts don't further strain an already short-staffed system or reduce access to vital services for our veterans?
Congressman, I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the question and the overall expansiveness of it. Let me just answer in the best way possible, as I've said before, and I've made several comments already on concerning consolidation. We've seen areas of work, that being payroll and our HR systems, those kind of things. The people that you're speaking to who actually handle disability claims, who actually move forward these processes, are not the people that are involved. In fact, we've exempted 300,000 plus positions to make sure that those are actually the positions we need, that we're going to keep, and that we're hiring. And right now, in any one time, we look at this and going forward, and there's been something that's been said a couple of times, and I want to address it here. There's no, especially going forward in our look at our reorganization process, there's no such thing as a sudden firing, because this is a process that is going through, and as we get to the level of where we are able to say, here's what our structure looks like, here's how we're trying to look at this, and here's how we're going to be maybe rolling this out, there's going to be the notice to the employees, there's going to be notice as we go forward in this. So it's not an issue of sudden firings. I would hope that that would get through to especially our employees who are on front lines, that, again, they're not part of what we're looking at, especially in the duplicative services. In looking at this, and I do have one other question, if you don't mind for just a second. I appreciate the question, and I want to be able to answer it. The adequate office space.
You got to move quick, I have more, please.
No, I will. One last thing, adequate office space issue. Anybody that's brought back from our work processes that are not in spaces that fulfill their duty, the supervisor in that position is not fulfilling the role, because it is stated clearly that no one is to be brought back into a position in which they're not able to do their job. So if that is happening, then we'll hold supervisors accountable and make sure that's happening. They're not going to be able to. I hope that answers.
The consolidation of space, I will just say, when it comes especially to dealing with our veterans and mental health services, when you are in confined spaces and you have practitioners that are providing those services, oftentimes via a virtual space, that is a problem when they're in a consolidated space. These veterans are not feeling comfortable sharing privileged, confidential, very personal information. So that is something that has to be dealt with. But I want to also go back, because, look, we've heard from so many different veterans that are concerned. I want to just clarify, you know, in the first week of this administration, there were cuts. There was 1,000 cuts at first, then another 1,400. Then there was your memo talking about going back to pre-pandemic 2019 levels. I know you've discussed this, was just a goal. 83,000 people would be cut. That is all concerning, all pre-PACT Act as well, when those people were hired specifically to deal with our veterans that have had these horrific injuries fighting for our country. So I think there needs to be a consistent message. I'm very concerned. I know our veterans are worried, they're fearful, and those that are employees as well. And Mr. Secretary, you talk about over in the Senate, those service-disabled veterans that are waiting to be approved by the Senate. There are service-disabled veterans that have served this country and are serving in the hospitals and the VA system today that are getting cut and are losing their jobs because of this administration that is not treating them with the dignity and the respect that they have earned and they deserve. You've visited multiple VA facilities, Mr. Secretary, and spoken with non-healthcare staff like VBA employees, electricians, maintenance workers. I know we discussed this earlier today. I think we agree these roles face similar challenges across the country. So why did the Milwaukee VA preserve these collective bargaining rights for nurses and facility workers while employees in the Buffalo VA and Buffalo VBA lost theirs, even though their job functions are identical? And I will just say that the clear difference to me is that there is union affiliation, and it seems like retaliation. The Buffalo VA employees are represented by 3 different unions that have filed lawsuits. Can you please elaborate and discuss how these determinations were made?
I think from that perspective, and I'll be very simple here because it's going through a process right now of legal issues as well, as they were made following the EO from the president to go forward on this, and we're following that. And of course, are going through any of the issues that are currently under litigation.
Mr. Siskimani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Collins, for being here. First, I want to thank you for your visit to Arizona and Tucson just a few weeks ago. I think we had a great time there. You got to see what the VA is all about there and their needs and the things that we can work together on. Thank you for spending the time to visit our districts. I know mine is not the first one that you've done that with. I think you have a very hard job ahead of you with a lot of cleanup to do, plethora of issues that I think we've heard about from both sides here. You're getting to them as fast as you can. At the same time, dismantling a lot of the misinformation and lies that are coming out regarding the VA and what your efforts are, and the president's as well. So thank you for all that you do there. Now, I want to focus on the issue of veteran suicide, and you and I have talked about this. I know that's a passion of yours. During our meeting in March, and then again, your visit last in April, we discussed the Arizona Be Connected program that I mentioned, which serves my veterans with their mental health needs and works diligently to forward the goals of the VA suicide prevention strategy, and that was cut under the previous administration. I was and still am looking forward to working with you to find a solution to ensure our veterans, and particularly the ones in Arizona who benefit from this program, who have told me they personally rely on it for their mental health needs, continue to receive the assistance. Now, unfortunately, we don't have full clarity on the status and the future of the program. Now, I know that this is an important issue to you. It's your passion as well. And, we did receive some information last night from the department in terms of some of our questions and the answers that you provided there, but still no real clarity there. So I want to talk a little bit on that. And just before I give it back to you so you can talk about that, I want to make sure that we all understand, and especially the department, you and your team, that we're not talking about frivolous partnerships here. This is a program that specifically serves veterans and their families, that specializes in mental health and in suicide prevention for the veterans. Because of the VA scandals a decade ago that resulted in the creation of this program, veteran suicide rates in Arizona were 3 to 4 times the national average, with 260 deaths estimated in 2024 alone. So this is a huge issue for Arizona, even more than in other states. So when I was told that the previous administration was canceling funding for suicide prevention services without communication or justification, what I hear is that I potentially have thousands of constituents in the highest caliber and need being left without care and without the support that we were promised. So I know you agree that veteran suicide is absolutely the last issue that should experience delays in communication and care. So can we commit together to work on this and maybe getting more clarity on the specific future of the program?
Yes, and I think that is in the Be Connected program, and it's what we're wanting to do, and I think we've talked about this before, is making sure the programs that we're going through have key deliverables, things that actually can be measured so that we can get this done. And I'm committed to working with you, and I know we sent the response back to you. We're going to continue to work to make these programs, such as Be Connected, have the measurables that we can make sure that we're getting the results that you've expressed how those are working, and I appreciate that. We also have to look at it as an overview program, how we're reaching out. And it may be something, as we put more emphasis on and more accountability on, that we can expand as we go forward.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning how much money was being spent on suicide prevention, and the results overall of that investment weren't yielding the results that they should, based on the amount that is being there. This one is a public-private partnership. It is yielding results. We'd love to provide, again, the information on this, because it's something that I think can serve as an example, not only to keep promoting it in Arizona, because our veterans are calling for it, because it has worked, but maybe even the model for other states as well. So I would, that is really my top priority in terms of comments this morning. I mean, what are we, afternoon, evening? What time is it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, evening almost already. Thank you for being here that long. But I'm really passionate about that. It's because, again, Arizona is getting hit at a higher rate with this, and I know this is your passion as well. So I hope we can get even more clarity on answers than even the letter we got last night. Let me just move on to a quick one as well. I was proud to see some of the recent changes that were made on the Officers of Survivors Assistance that I've been advocating for since last Congress, such as moving OSA within the Office of the Secretary to be direct advising body. Can you speak to the impacts your reforms for survivors will have?
Yes, I think that is, and I appreciate your HR 1228 on the prioritizing. We just went ahead and basically moved it. Look forward to you moving the legislation through. We went ahead and moved that back to the Secretary's office. These are ways that we can make these things go quicker, they can be more compassionately handled in others. I make the statement as someone who's been a pastor and also been a chaplain now for many years in the military. One of the biggest things is how we handle these issues of death and end of life and how we go from there. I've sort of described it this way: as you have a medical examiner's perspective and you have a funeral home director's perspective. And I don't mean I'm not making light of this, but it's really true. You have the more clinical aspect of a medical examiner says, your loved one is deceased, they're no longer here. And they just sort of leave it at that. A funeral home director takes that same situation and says, how can I help you and how can I get you through this time, which is so difficult for you and your family. What my goal here is bringing this in as sort of the white glove survivor outreach item, is to make sure that we're giving them the due concern that they have in a time of trouble, in a time of need, but also doing it in a way that conforms to the law and conforms to the benefits that they've earned. So bringing it back into the office, setting this structure up, actually gives them the ability to feel needed, feel wanted, and feel heard, even if the answers that they may get are not what they expected. So, but we're making it here where it's less, what I think is less clinical and more compassionate.
Excellent. Love to hear that. Again, thank you for all that you're doing for our veterans. It's been a little over 100 days, and I think that we're seeing this move in a very sharp, great direction. Keep up the good work, and again, I look forward to working with you specifically on the suicide prevention side on the Be Connected program in Arizona. We'll talk more about that. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back with 28 seconds left.
Thank you. Dr. Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, welcome. I want to begin by thanking you both for your military service, for your service in this role as Secretary, and for being here to testify today. Before I begin, I just want to preface my questions by sharing with you that my husband is an Army combat veteran, and I care deeply about our nation's veterans, as I know you do. And while we belong to different political parties, I want you to know that I genuinely want you to succeed in this role, because that is what is in our veterans' best interest. Now, I know you had the opportunity to visit the Minneapolis VA earlier this week. I hope you enjoyed your time there. We are incredibly proud of our VA. Which, as you know, is a CMS-rated 5-star hospital, one of only 2 such hospitals in the greater Twin Cities metro area. I believe the Minneapolis VA can be a model for the whole system. But I have to be honest with you, Mr. Secretary, the conversations I've had with veterans in my district and caregivers at our VA have me concerned about its direction under this administration's leadership. I know there's been a lot of talk today about RIF efforts at VA, and I apologize if this feels redundant, but I just think it's so important. And I know you don't want to talk specifics, but consistent with your testimony, can you commit to us that any reduction in force at VA will not threaten veterans' care and benefits?
Yes, that has been my goal all of the long. And can I also say this, Minneapolis was great and is a really an example. And and I don't mean to say this, but one of the reasons we have it is we have some longevity of leadership there. That is something that is, I'm looking across our hospitals and others, and we have up and down leadership. Leadership's so important there, and I appreciate what is happening. And leadership, after we had our conversation, was very frank. And they said before hearing we were concerned, and now hearing it straight from me and hearing what we're trying to do, I think it gave them a renewed sense of purpose.
I'm really glad to hear that. So, and I know this has been asked, but I have to repeat it. Can you commit that no doctors or nurses will be fired as any part of the RIF?
We're not going to fire we're not going to be riffing anybody that's actually taking care of employees, or not employees, but anybody that's taking care of our veterans in direct care.
Okay. And patient support employees, sir, can you commit to us that no housekeepers or environmental health technicians?
No, they're all part of in fact, they're already exempt. They're
Pest
part of
control and laundry workers?
They're part of the 300 per thousand that we've already exempted.
I am very relieved to hear that. My point really is that, I'm a physician, and after more than 20 years of practicing medicine, I can tell you that it is very much a team sport. And the whole team plays a role in patient care. The physicians and nurses, of course, but the support staff is incredibly important as well. These people are mission critical to the delivery of care, and firing them would affect veteran care. These are people who help ensure their operating rooms are sterile, the patient's bed sheets are clean, the medicine and equipment are delivered in a timely fashion. And you've mentioned that you want clinicians returning to the bedside to provide care. Obviously, if we fire the support staff, then the clinicians are going to have to fill in those roles. So I'm relieved to hear that they will not be impacted. And I want I think we will want to hold you to that, because that, I am concerned that there's a crisis of morale right now at VA. I was actually really shocked when I spoke with some frontline VA workers at our Minneapolis VA just the other day. And I was pretty shocked when they said, two of them said, I question whether the secretary actually cares about veterans. I was really devastated to hear that, Mr. Secretary, and I would assume that you would be too, because despite our political differences, I genuinely believe that every person in this room cares about serving our veterans, including and especially you. You know what it means to put on the uniform and serve our country, Mr. Secretary, and I have immense respect for that. But I have to say it's troubling to me that VA providers caring for my constituents feel this way. These are your employees, Mr. Secretary. These are the people we trust to care for our veterans, and they're scared right now. If we continue to go down this road of firings and what they feel like is intimidation, we're going to lose good people, and it's going to be veterans that pay the price. And I know neither one of us wants that. So my question for you is, what are you going to do to improve morale at VA?
Well, first and foremost, being here, being in every interview that I have. I've spent 100 days in which we have been, instead of working many times on issues that we have found, looking at how we can improve and do this, I have been fighting rumor and innuendo. And this is the problem that I have from day one. There are reasons that people are scared, and it's not coming from my office. It's coming from folks who actually talk about the things that I've talked about earlier. When we have reports saying you're going to fire 15% of the doctors at Minneapolis, that's just a lie.
Well, but Mr. Secretary, respectfully, that 15%, 83,000 number came from your people.
It did come from my people, but it has no context to actually firing frontline employees, of which I have talked about. Because here's the deal. I've said it many times. I repeat it every time that healthcare providers who provide that frontline care, even the ones that you mentioned earlier, are not included in this. But yet every time I turn around, there's another article, or there's someone in the community, or a member of Congress, or otherwise they're saying these radical cuts, these radical things. I'm having to sit here and fight about this the whole time when I've actually said it. So my question is, why is the voices of those who say this is going to hurt being processed and amplified when the very one from the Secretary of VA who is sitting right before you is saying this is the part in process that we're going through?
Mr. Secretary, we would welcome you to this committee anytime. Please brief us, give us some transparency so that we can reassure VA employees. I do want to ask one other question. The VA Center for Women Veterans sent out an email blast just last night that said it was embarking on an ambitious goal to enroll 1 million new women veterans in VA. I think that's commendable. We've discussed today that women veterans are the largest growing group of veterans, and I, of course, support the effort to bring more women veterans into VA. Could you share a little bit more about your strategy for doing so? And surely a significant increase in demand will require more clinical staff and space, won't it? What is VA's plan for reaching this milestone that you've set?
One, I think the milestone is great. I'm glad you recognize it. We're looking at that and encouraging. But again, this is hard to overcome at this point. I mean, because without going through the process here of where we're actually looking at cuts and putting people back in places where they need to be, in which we could actually increase capacity at some of our clinics and some of our hospitals, which will not affect and actually would welcome these going forward. I think that's the fundamental issue that we're dealing with here, is there's an understanding of what we're trying to do and how that's actually playing out.
Mr. Secretary, I hope you will come back to our committee and testify about all of these issues. We'd love to know what your process is, and thank you so much for being here. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Representative Kagan.
Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for being with us, and a special thank you for coming down to Hampton Roads, home to a lot of Navy veterans, a lot of military veterans, so I really appreciate your time, not just visiting my district, but so many. You've been doing such an amazing job, and you're starting to sound like a broken record, which I guess is good, but over and over again about how we are not cutting staff and how you're looking out for physicians and nurses and allied health partners, and I think that's important just to repeat that, and we'll try to repeat that as well on your behalf. I know that one of the VA's statutory missions is training for health professionals, and that includes nurses. And we have a nursing shortage right now across the board, not just in the VA, but on the civilian sector. So I'm thankful for the VA's investment in educational opportunities, including residency programs and clinical opportunities. And you have 68 nurse residency or clinical programs, including 34 primary care slots, 26 mental health slots, and you've expanded that to 8 geriatric and extended care slots. And as a geriatric nurse practitioner, I'm certainly thankful for that. I think that we have a lot of older veterans, and I know that with the aging of America just in general, we need to be focused more on providing geriatric-specific health care. So thank you for recognizing that. I wanted to offer some comments on behalf of what I consider to be an underutilized resource. It's no secret that sometimes physicians feel encroached upon when we integrate advanced practice nurses, but their superb care cannot be overlooked. And I think we've talked about that even a little bit today. But just to present some evidence-based research, I know that patient safety outcomes are identical regardless of whether, for example, anesthesia is provided by a physician or a CRNA. There's no secret that we have a shortage of anesthesiologists, so we have nurse anesthetists who are available, and there's a lot of debate about integrating them into VA healthcare. CRNAs are often the sole anesthesia provider in rural hospitals, ensuring safe obstetric outcomes. And then we've got 31 facilities in the last VA OIG report that cited a severe shortage of physician anesthesiologists, including my Hampton VA Medical Center. The Trump administration has consistently supported the removal of barriers for CRNAs and other advanced practice RNs. During the pandemic, the administration went even further, suspending Medicare supervision requirement for CRNAs to allow them to practice to their full training to provide critical care when the nation needed it the most. At the same time, the VHA put out a memo calling for facilities to remove restrictions on CRNAs. These recommendations are also supported by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. Calls to remove restrictions on CRNAs are well supported by data. So I would love some clarification on what your plans are as the new VA secretary to integrate advanced practice nurses especially. We have this lack of anesthesiologists. We have a group of people that can provide that care. So just would love to hear from you what your plans for integration are.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I appreciate it, and I've enjoyed working with you and also working with, opening facilities. I think it was really interesting that one of the issues that we had to deal with early on was in actually your district, in which there was a discussion about opening a facility, and was said because of hiring freezes and everything else, it wasn't opening as it should. And the reality was it was opening just as all the other CBOCs have opened, and that is with a gradual rollout. So I appreciate your work there. We're looking at our scope of practice issues on many fronts. This was a project that was begun a lot before me, a couple of secretaries ago. We're still continuing to look at that. As you've heard even today on this, there's a lot of disagreement, especially when it comes to certain areas. And so we're trying to find what is the best balance, not only for VA, but also for our employees as well. So we're still looking at that issue, and we'll be getting more input as we go forward.
We'd love to work with you on that as one of 2 nurse practitioners here in Congress. We feel critical healthcare shortages and gaps where I think our care is valued, and I know that the VA is always on the forefront of wanting to provide the best patient care, so just please don't overlook advanced practice nurses and the role that we play. And then just to switch gears from healthcare a little bit, I know we've talked a lot about healthcare and VA medical centers, but there's a lot of other veteran benefits that you will oversee now, including GI Bill benefits and even healthcare, but VA home loans, what exactly veterans are entitled to. And I know as a veteran with a veteran family, it's been frustrating sometimes to actually access my benefits and to understand what that looks like. And you and I spoke at a roundtable briefly just about what that online component looks like. For example, MillConnect doesn't talk to the VA website, and I feel like there's some technology challenges there. It creates a lot of frustration on the part of veterans. And when I share with my veteran friends, how hard is it for you to access your GI Bill benefits or to transfer those to your children? All of us share the same level of frustration. So with our VA budget that we have, do you have any plans to dedicate a portion of that into upgrading this probably outdated technology? I think that that investment of trying to make it a little more user-friendly, that website piece, so veterans can log on in one place, can see their benefits, can understand, how to transfer their GI Bill benefits to their kids, what even that paper trail looks like. I got a 15-page letter about my son's, it was my husband's GI Bill benefit, but transferred to my son, and that I couldn't really decipher. And so that was frustrating to me, and I'm sure I'm not alone. So just would love to hear your plans about that technology upgrade, and if you could add that to your list of things to do to maybe make that website just a little more user-friendly.
Yes, Congressman, we're looking at every opportunity we can to streamline our online access, our online portals to make it easier to understand. It goes back to something in your comment just now reminded me that when I actually was able to access my benefit, when I used it for transferred it to my kids, was I didn't even know it existed. And it came to me when I was on base one day, and I had another officer who we were just talking about it in general. And he said, well, you know that you can use that money? I said, what are you talking about? Again, this just shows you that there's an understanding that needs to happen even more as we go forward. So yes, anything we can do in that realm, we're going to continue to do. It's about this is probably as clear as I can say, it's about putting that veteran first and saying, how can we make that happen for all of our veterans and make it easier? I've said this earlier this morning, I'll say it again, and I may have partially said it here. When a veteran has to call any one of your offices, and 60% of your caseload is VA caseload, when they have to call your office, it's a mission fail for us. It's a mission fail for VA. It should not be this hard to get benefits that are already earned, no matter what the bureaucracy says or anything else.
Thank you for that. All those benefits are important health care, but even the education benefits, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you for prioritizing that as well. I appreciate your time. I yield back.
Dr. Dexter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Collins, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your endurance. Like many physicians, I was trained in VA facilities and proudly cared for veterans at the Denver VA for 7 years. As a critical care physician for nearly 20 years, I have cared for far too many families grappling with post-suicide attempt repercussions. They're looking for answers, support, and hope. So I know you know and you've expressed your support for our veterans in dealing with the fact that they are amongst the most vulnerable people in our communities. Risk for suicide is very high amongst our veteran population, and it sounds from your multiple comments today that this is a top priority for you, and you've stated that multiple times. I just want to verify that we are in that together.
We're definitely in that together, and thank you for your work there. One of the things, if I could just interject here, most people don't realize it's not just 75%, it's closer to 80 or 90% on some baby docs who all come through the VA. Yep. What I would love to have, and have your help and the other doctors' help, how can we keep them? Some of that is actually, by the way, if you want a bill recommendation that you might want to carry, let's raise the caps.
Yeah.
Get my caps raised so I can actually hire doctors at a rate that is better than what we got right now.
Love to work with you on that. Former Inspector General Michael Missel was dedicated in his work to end veteran suicide as well. And under his leadership, the Inspector General's office issued, and I just brought a few, report after report after report, laying out steps to better protect veterans who are at risk for suicide. So if we're committed to expanding with every effort, every dollar to prevent veteran suicide, you'd think our administration would have wanted to keep him around. So instead, he was fired by President Trump along with at least 16 other inspectors general across the federal government just days after his taking office. Secretary Collins, why did President Trump fire Inspector General Missel?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask him.
Okay. And since Missel's firing, we've been without a permanent inspector general to hold your department accountable. It's, as you know from oversight, it's an important role. And you, Secretary of Collins, have taken actions that have inadvertently put veterans at risk with the firing of 24 direct support line, veteran crisis line support staff. I know it wasn't the direct answers of the calls. I know you've rehired those VA workers, but can you tell me, did you approve those initial firings?
The probationary firings were approved in my office. I mean, that's where we went forward, is following the directions that we were given.
Okay. And so
and also, frankly, the trigger mechanisms for those that needed to be exempted, actually, the crisis line showed that they actually worked, because once notified and that got caught up, it was actually put back in place.
Yeah, no, and their hiring back is important, clearly, but I think that true to what Congresswoman Morrison was talking to, there's a lack of trust right now in the VA and a fear that many of us are hearing about. So nearly 4 months now after that firing, the president has now nominated a replacement, Cheryl Mason, and Secretary Collins, Ms. Mason is a current political appointee at the VA who reports directly to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what concerns me, Mr. Secretary, is that we have reason to believe that Ms. Mason helped transition President Trump into office and has played a role in cutting VA's workforce, blocking staff from contacting agency attorneys, and as my colleague Ms. Brownlee pointed out earlier, is suggesting or forcing that VA staff sign on to non-disclosure agreements. When considering her track record, it is clear that there is a conflict of interest here. She has been part of executing the Trump agenda and now theoretically will hold that same administration accountable in an oversight role. Secretary Collins, veterans and their families deserve leaders who put them first, especially when stakes of life and death are at play. Do you agree that we must have someone who can be seen as impartial and without conflict in this role of Inspector General?
I think the president has nominated someone who will actually do that, who has actually worked through 2 administrations. She actually worked under the Biden administration in the VA. She's worked inside the system for many, many years. If you look at her total work experience and how she goes about it, I think she'll be a great candidate for that.
Without question, she is a good candidate. I think the concern for me is her role with the administration and also as a political appointee serving the people that she actually is going to be appointed to oversee. Regardless of whether or not she can do that without partisanship or favor, the potential conflicts exist, or at least the premise or the suggestion of conflict exists. So for the record, our shared commitment to advancing an Inspector General who can fulfill their statutory obligation to be independent and objective in executing their duties is something that we share. Is that true?
Yes, and I believe the president's choice and Ms. Mason will fulfill that.
Okay, great. I also appreciate that members of this committee know from direct outreach, including what we just heard again from Dr. Morrison, that VA employees have concerns about the culture of the VA and have shared that there's a fear of retaliation for people who speak out. Members of this committee have also experienced a lack of responsiveness when asking to visit a local VA, which is really quite unprecedented. Mr. Secretary, how are you going to rebuild trust in the VA for the employees as well as the veterans that you serve?
Continuing, Congresswoman, exactly what I'm trying to do right now is I have freely come up and talked about issues that are hard, and also say just judge what is actually happening and not what is being talked about. This has been the issue that I've had to deal with from the day one that I got in, was actually dealing with many times not accurate information. Now, we can disagree about how some of this is to go about, and there may be some things that we could, do differently, but also having to deal with just the blatant, disregard for, reporter and other, backlog actually hurts the problem. So for me, it's just having to go forward and tell the truth as I have it, as we're actually working it, and work to just rebuild that visit by visit by visit that I go to. And what is interesting, though, and I was not joking with Dr. Morrison as well, is in Minneapolis and in other places as well, once I'm there and able to talk to our hospital staff, talk to our senior leadership, and see them, they're actually understanding what my heart is. And I just got to do this one at a time and with every member here.
I appreciate that. I certainly appreciate that showing up is what builds trust, and clearly you are doing that in good honor and spirit, so I appreciate that. We will be watching. We certainly are looking for our veterans to be served to the best of our ability as a nation. I hear your commitment, and we look forward to further conversations. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Congressman Zell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for spending so much time with us. First of all, I want to thank you personally for deciding that chaplains would be able to minister in the conscience of their particular dogma. In the Coatesville, Pennsylvania VA clinic, you personally made that decision that they will be able to do that across the VA, and I appreciate that very much. I'm glad that you are refocusing the VA from an employment agency and a mortgage company back to veterans. I will tell you that we're used to in this committee the VA coming to us and telling us what inputs they have put, what they've done, what they've spent, but very little results, very little outcomes. So it's been a breath of fresh air today for you to tell us what you are actually achieving. And I know that you have responded to what we call the lies of the left multiple times today. They've used the word fear, they used the word lack of trust, and you have responded every time to it. You've also had to tell us what the law is, because we've heard, it seems to be an issue that my colleagues across the aisle have it hard to understand that there are laws of this land that you are going to obey as you provide for our veterans. The complexity of the VA is not worthy of a yes or no answer in most cases. And I applaud you for working through that with them. The only question I have for you, and take as much time as you would like, is you've answered several questions on the electronic health records, but we've been told that it was going to be $50 billion versus the $9 billion that we've already spent. Can you just share with us the plans going ahead and take whatever time you would like, Mr. Secretary?
I appreciate that. I wish I could, go into the, entire, because we're now looking at out years of a contract that should have been finished in 28 as it was originally done. And that is, frankly, not going to happen. I don't think anybody on this committee would take issue with that. So what we're looking at is finishing up the contract under the terms we have now, and we're actually actively renegotiating and trying to get more out of Oracle and others from their side to see how we can do it. And actually, so far, they have stepped up and agreed to many things. As we go forward, yes, there will be a time as we look forward in how to implement this past that 28 timeframe. As we go forward, I'm not at a position right now to say what those numbers would be, but they will be something that we'll share with the committee as we go forward. I weirdly wish we wasn't here at this point. This is an issue that it could have been handled a lot differently. I can't comment, and I know some discussion that we had earlier, which I respected, on the history of this program. I had no involvement in that. And so it may have gotten started bad, but I've been given the task of finishing it. I've been given the task of taking the mess and cleaning the stall. And so that's what we're going to do. I appreciate the work. Again, what was really also very disturbing to me, Congressman, is, and this probably emphasized more than anything what I'm facing as we try to make change at the VA. And that is what I've always known is that we've always done it this way before syndrome. And I've seen it across the board, and they come in, and when I ask questions, I feel like that have basically reverted back to childhood, and I ask why about everything. Because when I see stuff come in, like, well, why do we do this? Why is this happening? Why is this person not held accountable? And finally, I think our folks are getting to realize that I'm not just going to accept the answer that, this is what we need to do. We've had issues ranging from West LA. We've had issues ranging from, how we deal with our community care, how we actually, put in processes to make sure that our survivors are actually getting the care that they need. All this may not seem like the health records management system, but it is combined, because when I came into this, we had a VA who was basically, and I remember my first meeting on this, and I'm trying to be as transparent as I can be here. And then like I said, I just want you to know that when I first sat down with our people, it was basically, we can't move forward, we're not in a position, and we're not gonna make changes, and it's, everything's bad. And I said, well, that's not a workable position. It's not workable for this committee. It's not workable for the president. It's not workable for anybody. We're wasting billions of dollars here on a program that is not helping our veterans, and also right now is actually hurtful in some ways in the original rollout. So it took getting over that hump, and I'm very pleased to say that after the initial meetings, our staff and Dr. Evans, who I can't speak well enough about, because he took on the mantle, and he has been sort of, unfortunately, having to ride this through the storms, if you would, many times when nobody would listen, and he was having trouble trying to get it through. He actually has taken that on, so I do appreciate his willingness to sort of redirect the team to say, how can we now get this to happen? And so your question sort of overlaps everything we've tried to do at the VA, is to say, look, let's take a fresh look at what we're doing, and fresh look at how we're doing it and why we're doing it. And some things that may change. Other things may not change. Years ago, an older gentleman who was in the church that I used to pastor made a comment. He said, preacher, he said, I don't want you to change. He said, we're making some changes. He said, just always remember, he said, I'll support you and we'll work change. He said, but before you move a fence, know why it was put up. And I thought to myself, at the time, I wasn't sure about what he meant by that, and then it made sense, is, sometimes you don't know what's on the other side of the fence. And we've tried to do that all along, and this EHRM process is something that, why did we not get to where we are? Where was it at? And so we're now knowing why the fence was put up, and we're moving the fence to get it really where it needs to go. So it's an endemic, not just to this, but to other things as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Mays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would thank the ranking member and Secretary Collins. Welcome. I look forward to working with you as we refocus the VA on what it's always meant to do, serve veterans and not push social experiments. For the past 4 years, veterans took a backseat to identity politics, gender ideology, DEI dogma. Every dollar wasted on the woke agenda was a dollar stolen from real care for real heroes. President Trump has given you a clear mandate: in the circus, restore the mission. So let's talk biological reality, something the last administration ignored. President Trump has made it clear there are two sexes, male and female. They're assigned at birth. They can't be changed, and taxpayers should not foot the bill for surgical or chemical mutilation. How's the VA implementing President Trump's directives to restore biological reality and end taxpayer-funded sex changes?
By doing exactly what the EO's called for, we're no longer doing that. We've stopped care. If they were currently in hormonal treatment, or they're coming off of it from DOD, they're going to continue that because there is some health issues associated with that, so that's not being taken care of. But we're not starting, and we're also not getting into sex change operations. Those are just not something that the VA is going to be doing.
Yeah, what these people do to themselves, or doctors, is it's crazy, and it harms them physically and mentally. What steps has the VA taken to redirect money previously spent on gender ideology back toward actual veteran care?
Well, I think what we're redirecting money back is to our, paralyzed veterans, amputees, moving the monies to where it can be best spent. And again, I think that's the overall function of everything that we do is making sure that our healthcare system is just my priorities, is making sure our veterans have the benefits that they've earned.
DEI is out, equal opportunity is in. Equity politics and racial discrimination disguised as virtue and virtue signaling have no place at the VA. How many DEI-related contracts has the VA canceled, and what was the price tag on those savings?
There were a number of contracts, and the total value that we saw on those contracts was about $6.1 million.
And how has that freed up resources to be reallocated to improve veteran care?
As we said, it went back toward allocation toward community care and prosthetics as we were looking for that.
As an animal lover, I applaud the VA for ending painful, unnecessary experiments on dogs and cats. This is a bold step under President Trump, and Congress has since required the VA to phase out primate testing by 2026. What's the current status on phasing out animal testing, particularly on primates?
We're on track to make sure that directive is met. In fact, in some instances, we may be even able to meet that goal sooner.
Is the VA exploring any innovative non-animal research methods to replace outdated and inhumane testing on animals?
Yes, we're always looking for ways to make the research as valuable to those that need it. And also, again, we're in an area in which prosthetics and that kind of information with amputees is something very central to the VA. Mm-hmm. So it is something we're looking at.
And then what can other agencies learn from the VA's leadership in ending these cruel and obsolete animal experiments, do you think?
Well, I think, judging from the reaction to Congress, also what the president has also stated and laid out, I think is just following the rules as we go forward here.
Thanks to your leadership and President Trump's direction, the VA is finally being restored to its rightful purpose, delivering world-class care to those who serve their country. I look forward to continuing this mission with you. We wish you a lot of luck and many blessings to get the job done, and we believe in you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative DeLuzio. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary. Long day. Good to see you here.
And good to see you as well.
I want to talk about clinical trials and some of the reporting on the impacts of whether it's hiring freeze, contract terminations, firings, or some combination of those things. So 2 Pittsburgh clinical trials, according to reports, had not started as of May 6th. These were to treat veterans with advanced head and neck cancers. Have either of those resumed or started?
Well, one, they never started before, and they are starting now because we're now actually reaching out to veterans to be a part of this trial. Those were not, they had not been started before at this point, so you can't stop anything that had not started.
So they've started since May 6th?
They started in the last little bit. They're getting ready right now to recruiting veterans this month.
Okay, so both of those have started. When were they originally planned to start? Because the reporting here is that these were delayed or stalled because of some combination of firings, contract terminations, probationary employees.
Yeah, not that we're aware of it. And I think the interesting thing is here is before any of these other things got involved is they had not recruited patients for these trials.
But just to be clear, when were these supposed to start? Do you know?
I would assume they've been around before the hiring freeze, so it was supposed to start probably earlier. I'd have to get a direct date on that. I'm not going to try and guess.
I'd appreciate a response on that.
Okay, no problem.
There are others that were identified in some of this reporting, specifically at VA Pittsburgh. I think 7 in total, including those 2 that I've asked about, that the impact, again, of whether it was firings, contract terminations, on and on, were that they stopped enrollment in several of these clinical trials, and these were to treat veterans suffering from advanced lung cancer, kidney transplantation, cardiovascular disease, and others. The reporting here is that the planned enrollment was 500, but as of, again, this reporting in May, only 75 veterans had been enrolled. Has that enrollment now continued, and are additional veterans being enrolled?
No clinical trials have been stopped. There's been no cancellations from our decision on clinical trials. Those are still going on, so any issues in those clinical trials will be specific to that issue. One of the things is, too, Representative, and I think to understand here, we have over 1,500 clinical trials going on in the country through the VA, of which there is no centralized management of that from the VA. So getting sometimes information about our clinical trials has been difficult when we started asking these questions, because the VA, as much as we do these clinical trials, are working on them, we have no management of those and how they're started and where they go forward.
Secretary, so you said they hadn't been stopped, which is a little different than what I asked you, though. What I asked you was whether enrollment had been paused. That's the reporting, that 75 of my fellow veterans have been enrolled rather than the planned 500. Again, the reporting is that enrollment was stalled during this period of firings, hiring freeze, contract terminations. Is that true?
They've not started. As far as I know, they're still recruiting people for those trials.
I understand that, but was the recruitment of enrollment stalled during this period?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'd like to know if you could find that out for us.
We'll find out.
Because my concern, as you can imagine, is whether it's those first 2 clinical trials on head and neck cancer being delayed to start, or these other at least 5 that I'm aware of from reporting being stalled. Some veterans may not have gotten an access to that kind of care in these clinical trials. Some of those veterans may have gotten sicker. God forbid, somebody may have died. We should know whether any of those things happened. I don't want to guess. I don't want to put you in the spot to guess, but we should know that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the concern there, but also remember, one of the things that I want to make very clear here is we've talked about this a little bit in going forward. The clinical trials are used to assess new treatments and new ways to going about it. These veterans were not, and I say this simply not because of what you said, and I'll be frank with you, but what I've heard from others, and they say that they were kept away from all health care. That's just not true. They were still getting the health care through the Pittsburgh VA, but the clinical trials that had not been started, especially in the head and neck cancer area, had not started. So I think there's 2 distinctions here we have. Well, but I'm willing to work with you to look at whatever we need.
Great. I would love to know for each of those trials. And as you say, you're still getting health care, but it might be that clinical trial could be a life or death outcome. It might not be. I think it's important that someone's got a chance who's in a horrible situation, advanced head or neck cancer.
Yeah, I would hope that also, and Congressman, I would love to work with anyone in this committee also as we go forward, how we can actually streamline. This is something I'm looking at now as we've gotten into these conversations more and more on clinical trials, that we actually need to have, in my opinion, a better sort of command and control system so that we know where these are going on and if there are any issues that we can help with as we go forward. Because as you said, some may have gotten help, but also some may not have worked. And are we making sure that information is available across the system wide so that we know this actually worked, but this didn't? We don't have that information.
And look, and we all know this, the research VA does has led to some really groundbreaking interventions and treatments for veterans. We have to continue that. I want to spend the last minute and a half or so about morale. I've and my team have heard from physicians and other folks who work at the VA. I've heard from veterans. There's been plenty of reporting and discussion here today about mental health care in particular, and some of the reports of impacts on the return to work and clinicians being placed in an environment where they can't have a confidential discussion with patients. I've talked to physicians myself and heard some of those concerns. I'll throw out an example of someone being put in a room where there's another VA employee that would betray confidentiality with a patient seeking mental health care, asking for headphones or a headset to be able to have some confidentiality, being told no. Should that happen? And if not, what are you doing to fix that?
No, it should not happen. And I think one of the things is to remember is all our VA centers are secure facilities, and they should not be put back in. If they're coming back into work, it would go against, and I made this statement earlier, if they're being brought back in an environment in which they were not supposed to be, then that is a failure of the leadership to bring them back in, because it's also a direct violation of the policy of bringing people back to work. This is not something that we've looked at, and many times we've asked for incidences when it's been reported and then gotten back to it and it worked. So let me just be very clear.
Yep.
If they're coming, if there's an issue, we'd love to hear about that, but also it's a direct violation of the policy coming back to work to not be in an environment in which they're not supposed to be in. So if we have a supervisor who's doing that,
And
we
in
need
the
to
10
do
seconds
that.
I have left, Secretary, if someone's raising those concerns, I'd love a commitment from you that they won't face any consequence for voicing an objection.
No, and I think that we need to know, and I think this is what we've proven, and there's been areas in which there were some concerns, and we've actually made exceptions to say, no, the telework or continue off-work premise can do.
Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Thank you. Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. Mr. Secretary, you've testified that, quote, no one has discussed firing doctors or firing nurses, end quote. No one has discussed this. And that the 15% figure floating around is just a goal, not a directive. Then I need you to explain this spreadsheet that I have behind me. And we're handing you a copy of this spreadsheet. It was circulated by your own reorganization implementation cell. It asks VA staff to calculate the savings from a 15% cut to every VHA position, including frontline clinical roles. And it says cutting nearly 4,000 nurses, for example, would save $1 billion. Cutting 400 psychologists, another $110 million. The list goes on: health aides, pharmacists, housekeepers, etc. Now, if your testimony is true, that no one is looking at plans to cut these jobs, why did your team ask for this analysis?
Ranking Member, I'm looking at this right here. This is exactly why we're here. This is a leaked pre-decisional document that is not helpful, and it is not working, because here's the end of the day. I'm going to answer this.
Claiming my time, Mr. Secretary. It's my time.
Well, it's my answer.
You have said publicly that no one has discussed, that would be interpreted, no one has discussed this at all. But we have a document, whether leaked or not, that establishes that these cuts are being discussed.
I said that I have made clear we will not be cutting frontline health care. If they're
But
working
your
on
subordinates are discussing this. They must have gotten the direction from somebody.
They did. Well, I've been very public. It's just like your staff. If they
Okay,
want to talk
well,
about something
you can
that you don't know
understand
about.
why there's a lack of credibility from the public on this sort of
There's
stuff.
a lack of
This is
credibility
not
for this.
speculation, Mr. Secretary. It is a VA document. We have asked your head of HR, Mark Engelbaum, for answers. We've actually asked your subordinates about this. He promised a follow-up, and we never got it. So I'm asking you now, on the record, why did your team request this analysis, and what are you preparing for?
Well, if I have to explain this in a way that makes sense, let me just say this. If you
Don't
look
talk
at
down to me, sir.
if you
I'm just
look at
asking you a question.
I'm just answering your question. If you let me answer it, I'll answer it.
Please, time is ticking.
This right here is an overlook of our entire organization to see. What they did here is fine. Whatever they're looking at is fine. But when it comes to the Secretary of VA, which is me, and the direction that we have given to make sure that health care is prioritized, to make sure that our veterans are getting the desire that they need, and when I've told you that when we're talking about this and exempted 300,000 positions, that is what happens at the VA.
Okay,
Can they have other conversations that involve other things? Possibly so. But coming from me, it's not.
Okay, well, thank you. Let's move on. So I'd like to point out that you've set a goal of 83,000 VA employees. I know it's not a fact, it's a goal. But I just want to make sure we go over this and we have some agreement. Without cutting clinical staff, there simply aren't 83,000 employees elsewhere in the department. If you look at this chart over here, you've already cited these numbers yourself.
Yes.
So if we add up all the VBA, NCA, and all the other positions, it hardly adds up to 83,000. You're going to have to cut deeply out of the VHA column there. So, there's just simply no way that that can be done without that. So I would also like to move on and say it is also our understanding that on the VA Human Resources SharePoint, there is a document that lists every employee hired since 2019 with their name and occupation. Will you get that document to us in digital form?
I'm not familiar with the document you're talking about.
But if it does exist, I mean, we know it exists. Would you get it to us? It's just,
I
it's a
don't know
simple
what you're
document.
talking about. And also,
You know, okay,
if I can answer your other question, it would
Okay,
be-
oh, no, I'd like to move on. I want
I'd
to
like
move
to
on
answer
to
the
I'd like to move
question
on
so
to
you
the
get an
deferred resignation program. There's been a lot of confusion about the deferred resignation program.
Okay.
It is my understanding that you have made employees who are in positions that provide direct care exempt from this program unless there is an additional review by VA leadership. How many employees who directly provide care or support the provision of direct care have submitted requests for DRP, early retirement, or retirement?
The last number I had on that was about 2,500. About 2,500, of which all of them will be probably, all of them are going to be denied.
You're going to deny them. So you're telling me today that you're going to deny all of the clinicians who've applied for DRP.
That is what we're looking to do. And I will say this, as we look at this, one of the issues of DRP is making sure that employees who want to be here or not, we're not looking to get rid of any clinicians. We're not looking to get anybody. In fact, we're turning
That's
it down.
fine, I got it, but 2,500 clinicians have applied for DRP. You're going to deny those.
We're denying clinicians,
You're
and
denying.
that's been
But have
talked
you
about.
thought about why frontline staff are requesting DRP in the first place? To me, it's an indictment of your leadership that valuable clinicians that are hard to recruit, hard to onboard, that staff who loved serving veterans now want to leave.
Well, have you looked at actually the ones who may want to leave and how close they are to retirement to start with? Have you actually looked at where they may be? I've not looked at those, but we're going to keep them in the system. So your question may sound, like it's ominous, but also you've not answered the other question, who these people actually are.
Okay, well, so fine, let's move on. Mr. Secretary, are medical center directors exempt from the hiring freeze? Medical center directors.
Yes.
They are. So to be clear, so
They're
is
part
that your
of
answer?
they're part of the clinician side, yes.
Okay. Well, to be clear, the list you have provided to Congress does not include medical center directors as exempt positions. That is not.
It's been updated.
So now it is. Now, according to a report that VA just submitted to Congress last week, there are 12 medical center director vacancies, 8 of which cannot be hired due to the freeze. The chart behind me shows a page from the report with those vacancies listed and the status, which is that, quote, recruitment is on hold due to hiring freeze, end quote.
We're working to fill all those. When we find those, we're working to get them hired. Many of those were actually predecessor to me.
All right, well, this document shows that they're empty because of a freeze. So you'll commit to exempting medical center directors from the hiring freeze and prioritize finding leaders for those facilities as soon as possible?
Already have.
Wonderful. Well, Mr. Secretary, I just want to know, can we get a RIF plan before you execute it and not execute it for 30 days so that the public, veterans, and Congress can examine it before it's put into force? 83,000 is a lot of people to cut.
We're going to provide everything we're supposed to under RIF to make sure you have every notification you have.
Well, that's not the same as providing us with the draft plan so that we all can discuss it together. That's 83,000 is a huge change.
And again, I wasn't able to answer your question because you didn't allow me to discuss the 83,000.
Well, I'll take that as non-responsive.
I'll take yours as
I
not
yield
letting me
back.
answer.
The gentleman yields back. So one thing I've discovered about today is that normally the ranking member and myself, we ask our questions first. So what has happened is I think we have questioned you to the point that I think we got a lot of answers of what my questions were going to be. So maybe I'm going to ask you this. What is something that has not been asked that you feel is vitally important to put on the record?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's not what necessarily has been asked, but I think it is from the perspective of how it was asked. And this is the fight that you and I have spoken about, and I've spoken to many, and we just got through with it. And please hear me, to everyone here. I consider the ranking member a friend. We came in. We vehemently disagree on this because I think the problem we have here is something that I refuse to talk about in a setting like this, or where we actually have living proof of pre-decisional documents being leaked at basically even against section, the law of the land, that these are not supposed to be leaked. We see this. If they want to go to Inspector General, whistleblower, those are all there for them. But this is the exact reason I was asked earlier about NDAs. Okay, because now what is happening, as you sit here and we put up forms, we're continuing to fester this idea that there's no way we can do what needs to be done without hurting veteran health care. I refuse to accept that. Because one thing that was not accepted, and I was not able to continue, there are 409 positions in VHA. And when we look at that and you look at some of the areas that we have in VHA, which also includes call centers, which also includes staffing issues, they also include procurement, they also include HR, they also include processing of payroll, which these hospitals were not supposed to be doing. By the way, those numbers add up to significant amounts. What was not said just a minute ago is that just last year, the Biden VA in the VHA, in their own internal documents, stated that they could get rid of 28,000 people. This is the Biden VA 6 months ago. Haven't heard that. 28,000. Now, if you go by the numbers that I've been told today, oh, you can't do that without hurting health care, then we're saying the Biden administration wanted to hurt health care. No, I think they actually looked at the same numbers we did, Mr. Chairman, and determined that of the frontline healthcare, frontline disability workers and all, there is a lot of interest in looking at are we being as efficient as we should be. And I believe that as we look at this, you're going to find those answers, and that is why we have to do this in a very methodical way. Everybody wants to run forward and say, here, give me your plan, because you know what? Then they want to go out and say, you're going to cut here, you're going to cut here, and they're going to put fear in my employees, and they're going to put fear in my veterans. That's wrong. It's wrong. You see no other industry in this country who are making decisions about their workforce who do it in a way that we're talking about being told here. We're doing it in a methodical way. We're using career employees who've been there forever. We're actually looking at using consultants. We're actually using our political folks to get this into the record to say, here's how we look at this. Looking at the examples of private industry and knowing that we're not private industry. We're a veterans organization that gets to treat the best people in the world, and that is our veterans. We only have one mission, the veteran. But over time, we have gotten away from that. So when you look at these numbers, I have a question for anybody that wants to look at this. Why do we have a middle management, if you would, or a structure system that keeps our clinicians out from seeing patients? And then saying that if we look at anything of a doctor or a nurse who's not seeing patients, that we're going to affect health care if for some reason they wasn't around or if they quit on their own. I think what we're saying here is there's a large understanding gap that unfortunately has become political. I could go along almost every member except the new ones, because there's a lot of new on this committee, Mr. Chairman, and I can go from ranking member to you to everybody else and find quotes on the Senate side as well. VA needs reform, VA needs efficiencies, VA needs cost cutting, VA needs all these things, both Democrat and Republican. And then all of a sudden, you have somebody like myself who is just, and I say this in knowing that somebody will use it against me, I'm just a simple country lawyer from North Georgia who simply says, maybe we actually ought to look at this. And maybe we actually ought to ask the questions on why we have this. And why do the VSOs and why do others always seem to have issues that they want to get fixed at the VA, but all we do is continually to perpetuate the problem? I'm not willing to do that anymore. We can disagree. The president told me to do one thing, and that's take care of our veterans. And yet, in this time frame, which was not brought up, and we're going to bring it up even again, by the Biden administration, they changed the wait time issue to make it more transparent so that we, in fact, I got this last week when I said the primary care days. Let me just repeat this. It's worth repeating. Primary care rose from 15.7 to 24.3. Mental health rose from 14.7 to 20.4. 24 days for specialty care rose to 38. And the backlog, by the way, interestingly enough, in 2019, before the COVID, was under 60,000 on the backlog. Of course, it went up during COVID because we couldn't get our appointments. And it is still at 260,000 when I came in. In less than 100 days, we've actually brought that down 21% to 200,000, and it's heading south. Now, I was actually accused the other day of, well, you're using flawed numbers, and the VA wait time's flawed because the VA changed the way it does its wait times. But here's the problem. It was changed under the Biden administration to better reflect calculations because the data reinforced above did not reflect the adjusted change. It plainly shows that the wait times increased because here's what you need to hear. Wait time clock started only after a veteran was contacted by a scheduler for appointment under the prior administration. In other words, we didn't even start the clock till we reached out to them. The veteran may be looking to get their help, but they didn't get it. So the new method, which was again done under the previous administration and adjusted through every number beforehand. So there's no apples to oranges here. This came from Dr. Lieberman, who is our top doctor, by the way, at the VHA. The method is now calculated on when the schedulers are called to reduce so that we actually make a queer time. So as we look at this, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you allowing me the time. I appreciate the ranking member. I appreciate all the committee wanting to do good work. But what I can't have is spending another 100 days as we go forward here, because as Dr. Morrison and many others say, yes, there is for people who have morale issues, because they're having to sit here and listen through wrong answers out of that yield.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you know, you're opining about a so-called leaked document. It's obvious. It's obvious. We're not mushrooms. We're going to hear stuff. We're going to hear stuff from employees who are alarmed about huge, massive changes that are occurring. And that document, when we don't get answers to our questions, when there's no transparency, we're going to rely on whistleblowers telling us the truth. Look, private industry, sir, would not have fired 2,400 employees and then hired back 1,000. That was indiscriminate firing of probationary employees. A memo went out, signed by Tracy Therrett, that said they were being fired because of their performance. And I questioned her, and she couldn't really cop to the fact that they were fired because of their performance. And I'm not even sure really that you personally authorized all of that, or whether it was someone from the Office of Personnel Management. And she in fact said that memo was actually not, even though she signed it, was actually not written by her, but was written by OPM, which does not seem like it came from the Secretary's office. And that, sir, was entered into evidence into a federal court. And that judge did indeed rule that they had to be restored, those probationary employees. That 28,000 employee cut that you were talking about from the Biden administration, the VHA, you know, is related not due to necessity, but because of a shortfall in the budget. And there was a huge shift in acceleration of expense in the community care account. So, you know, we need to have some space for some straight talk here, and we're not getting it here. Now, Mr. Secretary, I must say I was pleased to hear you say that you want to make the disability claims process easier to veterans. I was listening carefully to your response. I personally do not want to see claim sharks legitimized. And I'm not saying you're taking a side on that gentleman's bill, but I think we have some meeting of the mind here. We do need to, maybe we need to talk about some presumptives that would make the process easier and more veterans would get through that red tape. I'm all for cutting that bureaucratic red tapes, and so we share that goal. We do need to make it simpler for veterans to get care and benefits. And there are two really good ways to do that. One is to increase the number of presumptive illnesses, and the other is to automatically enroll transitioning service members into VA healthcare, as my legislation in the eVest Act does. And I look forward to your considering supporting that bill, and to VA increasing the number of presumptions of service connection. I also think it is possible for us to work together and help veterans and ensure that VA is a world-class institution. But I cannot emphasize enough that VA's unresponsiveness to my questions and letters is not acceptable. VA's recent habit of canceling long-standing briefings at the last minute is also not acceptable. VA's refusal to provide briefing materials to staff is not acceptable. And we cannot have a productive relationship if we do not have the information we need for our constitutional oversight responsibilities. Now, when you told Ranking Member Ramirez that canceling outreach was not your intended policy, I take you at face value. So I expect that our follow-up questions about this outreach problem will receive responses with the same candor and attention. This this outreach issue is not limited to just one district or facility. Now, you blame the issue on quote unquote malicious compliance. But sir, the buck does stop with you. And I know that's a phrase that you embrace. If policy is not being implemented correctly, then I say it is on you. If veterans and employees are scared and feel like they have to over-comply with a policy, that's on you. That should cause you to re-examine the policy as well, not just blame the staff. If you truly want to lead VA, accountability is where leadership begins, and you cannot expect your employees to be accountable if you will not be yourself. Now, another thing I just want to say is I've gotten concerns from my colleagues about this directive that any member of Congress wanting to visit their VA facility has to get it cleared through your chief of staff. And they're having to take that very literally. They're taking it very literally, based on all that we're seeing coming out of your first 100 days or so in office. That cannot stand. Members of Congress need to be able to visit their facilities, talk to their medical center directors, and be able to see what's going on. My job as an elected official and the ranking member of this committee is to represent the interest of veterans. We cannot answer questions from veterans or get them information if we cannot get answers from VA. We cannot represent veteran interests if we do not have the full picture of how their interests will be affected, and that is why veterans are scared. Now let me be clear, veterans are not scared because I or any other member of Congress asks a question. They are scared because you have made massive changes with no plan, no details, no accountability, and no transparency. If you truly believe it is quote-unquote fear-mongering to ask a question, then you should ask yourself why you, Mr. Secretary, fear answering our questions. Now, I am proud of the employees who have bravely shared their stories with us. We are relying on the courage of whistleblowers now more than ever. I'm grateful to the veterans who have shared their concerns, and I will continue to fight to ensure that their worries are heard and addressed. Now, Mr. Secretary, if you want to accuse VA employees of quote-unquote malicious compliance, I'd say you need to examine your role in creating a culture where VA employees feel like your directives to require them to implement policies that harm veterans. Reconsider the cruelty in your treatment of minority veterans. Reconsider your termination of collective bargaining rights for the hardworking public servants. Reconsider your role in ending critical programs like VASP, because veterans will now lose their homes to foreclosure unless you put a moratorium on those foreclosures until we can ramp up the partial claims legislation. Reconsider your pause of clinical trials, leaving sick veterans without the lifeline of hope. Reconsider how you have indiscriminately fired employees only to hire them back again. So, Mr. Secretary, I truly hope that you'll go back to the central office today and chart a plan to course correct. That plan should include complete and truthful answers to all of the questions you were unable to answer today, and a path to true partnership with both sides of this committee. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member, for yielding back. I want to actually thank the Secretary for being here and joining us today and answering every question that was put before him. And I want to say that, we do stand for our veterans here, and we all talk how we want to stand for our veterans and that we respect our veterans. Some of us in this room understand that quite often you don't get the birds on your shoulder unless you know how to be a leader. And I appreciate you for both jobs that you're doing, especially when people that question it have never even had a stripe on theirs. So I do want to thank you, and I appreciate the responses and your leadership during this transition. And while this budget request shows real progress, I remain concerned that the VA is still working through the consequences of poor budget decisions made under the Biden administration. The alleged shortfall last year was not the result of inadequate funding. It was the result of poor internal controls and a lack of transparency around how VA managed its accounts. Congress has always provided VA with the resources it needs, and we will continue to do so. But we need to understand that the money is being used, where the money is being used, and we need to be able to explain to the veterans that are taxpayers how it's being used. Some of those budget practices that we've seen in recent years, terrible account coverage, shifting obligations, have made it harder, not easier, to figure out where we're at as far as Congress. In the end, it hurts trust in the system. I look forward to working with you. I thank you for your service. I thank the colleagues, for the most part, that actually dealt with the questions at hand, let you answer. I think a lot has been explained over things that we've heard in rumors that have flown around, and you've been able to answer them very well. We look forward to continuing to work with you, and we want to make sure, and then one thing that you say is the same thing I say with this committee. Remember, our VA is not about the bureaucracy of the VA. It's about providing for the veterans. With that, that's the best way to ensure that we can continue with the care for our veterans. With that, this hearing is adjourned.